Chapter 61, 61. New lawyer. Where were you? Ragnar and Snape returned from the class and asked him. Can't tell, just know that I was stuck with a very dangerous creature, Magnus replied as he woke up. Whoa, look at that scar. Can you still see? Ragnar inquired. Magnus smiled confidently. Heh, don't I look cool now? No, you look stupid, Snape replied, making Magnus' shoulders fall. He sneered at him. You guys never say anything nice. I gotta talk to Bobby more, he was always saying good things. Ah, I'm hungry. Let's go and eat lunch. Meow. I will bring food for you too. Stay in the room and keep an eye on Duck. Magnus told his two pets and left. So, anything new happened in the class today? He inquired. Nothing, as always. Astronomy was boring and transfiguration was okay. Surprisingly, you are very famous and most students asked for you, but even we did not know. Ragnar said. Yeah, I had not planned for the disappearance. By the way, I will show you a nice place today. It will be our secret base and the biggest secret. Magnus excitedly said. During lunch, Magnus saw Remus back with his friends, laughing. It was good he was not very much affected by last night's events. Oh my God, what happened to your eye? Suddenly a girlish voice came. Magnus turned to his side and saw Emma. Oh. Hello. Tease nothing but a scratch. Ha ha, you sound like Hagrid. She laughed. Well, I just came to tell you that we will be having a practice session for the coming Quidditch match. You better come as you've taken the seat of the main seeker. She sternly said with a hint of anger in her voice. Yeah, I will come. Go now, don't disturb my peaceful lunchtime. He shooed her. Was Merlin like this too? She wondered loudly. I'm pretty sure he was worse. So, you got it better. Magnus nonchalantly replied. Some distance away, on the wall, Arthur was hearing everything. He started laughing. Bway ha ha, yes, he was very bastard. It was Friday and there were only 2 classes that day. After lunch, he went to Quidditch practice and caught the golden snitch without much trouble. It was easier when there was nobody trying to compete with you. Lucius for some reason had calmed down now and was not trying to make problems for him. After the practice, he took Ragnar and Snape and went to the 7th floor. Where are we going? I needed to read a book. Snape was displeased. Once you see where I'm taking you, you will forget everything and start singing songs in my praise, Magnus replied, though his 2 friends stayed skeptical. Magnus brought them to a dead end and walked in front of it 3 times. That's it. He's gone mad now. Something happened yesterday. Ragnar exclaimed. Look, something's appearing on the wall. Snape pointed. Soon, the door appeared and Magnus opened it. Follow me. Once they had entered, the door vanished. Behold. Room of requirement. Merlin made it. This room can make up anything you want, except food. And this is where you 2 can practice your potions with no worries. He announced with wide open arms. He had envisioned the room to look like a potions lab on one side and a library on the other. I was practicing my spells and some other stuff here for a while now, only now that I have understood all its uses, did I tell you to? What do you think? Magnus asked. Both Ragnar and Snape had their jaws touching the floor. Their eyes looking around the whole room, their mouths nearly salivating. This is a gold mine, Snape commented. No, this is a diamond mine, Ragnar interjected. Ha ha, this is just one of the uses. You can make this room look like anything you want. I tried to make it look like a giant aquarium with all kinds of fishes and it did. Magnus started showing them around. But Ragnar and Snape's eyes were fixed on the potions lab. Okay, you two can go and check it out. I'm going to go and read some books. He let them check the equipment out to their heart's content. Magnus meanwhile started deciphering the rune book of Merlin. He slowly started making a guidebook to make the translation of each character into alphabets. In reality, he had hoped to make use of a computer, but after really thinking about the speed of advancements, he guessed it would take him years, and he could just decipher it before that. Okay, so this one sounds like a. How many characters are there in this language? He wondered. It was a real headache job to do. Asterisk *********. Suddenly an alarm clock started sounding. Magnus had set the alarm for 5 p.m. as he had a meeting with Ted Tonks in his new office. Guys, I have a meeting with my lawyer. I have created a one-way wall on the door. Before going out of here, you can look around and make sure nobody catches you. Remember, this is our big secret. He sternly warned them. The two were originally not listening to his words, but in the end, they seriously nodded. They looked at him and nodded. Ragnar replied in affirmation, "We understand the importance of this place, Magnus. Don't worry. Good, see you in the dorms then." Magnus left them. He quickly went to his office in the teachers' living quarters building. He waited there for a while. Soon, a knock sounded on the door. He opened it and saw an old house elf, Master Pendragon, the guest. "Thank you," giddy Magnus greeted the house elf and let the man in. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Tonks. Please come in." Headmaster was gracious enough to let me have this room as my office, but of course, it's a secret. Magnus greeted. "Tilda, isn't he related to you?" Ted wondered internally. Ted was Muggle-born, born to two loving Muggle parents who were proud of his magical abilities. He looked tall, well-built and had brown hair. He was sorted in Hufflepuff and was a good student. Ted was slightly surprised by how well Magnus behaved, and he felt as if he was meeting a client from some professional background. He was offered a seat. He took it but was still trying to assess Magnus. "Your letter was enough to pique my interest. Though I do not know what this meeting is about, not every day you get to meet the future king and Merlin's descendant," Ted said. Magnus chuckled. "I guess my background will be helping me in some circumstances." "It will, but not everyone will come with good intentions," Ted replied, but he regretted it instantly as he felt he was not close enough to give such advice. But Magnus was not a petty person. "True, I've already experienced it. Now, the reason I asked you to come here is to help me with some investments in the Muggle world. As a fellow Muggle, you must already know that the magical world is ignorant about the advancements of the Muggle world. But, I am not. I want to invest in the future of the Muggle world. Because I believe, it can make me supremely rich and also help me get the influence to help this world." Ted was taken aback. He did not expect in his wildest dreams that an 11-year-old would be saying such things. "Tilda, I wish my and Andromeda's child will also be this smart. Tilda. What do you have in mind, Your Majesty?" he asked. "You can call me Mr. Pendragon for official work. And I am interested in lots of things and I got too much money. But we will start slow and capitalize on the market. The future of this world and a few huge industries that I want to invest in. 1. Technology, everything from computers to rocket science. 2. In the health sector, as the world gets richer, people will become lazy and develop many more ailments that will need treatment. Then finally, the entertainment industry, it is still exponentially rising as the world becomes wealthy. If I can have a big share in these 3 fields, I can change the world. I call this the Tech, Health and Entertainment Plan. And you will also be very rich if you stay with me. The future of this world will stand on technology, and whoever invests it in right now, will live a life of extravagance for years to come. Magnus spoke at length, explaining everything he could. In all honesty, Magnus had prepared this little speech by writing it for a whole night. He wanted his lawyer to be in awe of him. For this, he even had to look up the dictionary to learn words like exponentially, extravagance and whatnot. Yes, Magnus secretly cheered seeing the shocked face of Ted. He was obviously sold on his dream plan. Ted Tonks had his mouth open as he digested all the words coming out of a kid's mouth. He did know about the technologies and how it was progressing, but he did not give too much mind to it as it did not affect him in the slightest. To him, it was just a dream of the future that who knows how long it would take to turn into reality. But now, it was a different case. Magnus had the money to invest, to let him get into the technological side of the world. Also, the 3 industries Magnus talked about, it for some reason, got stuck in his mind. What a boy, when he becomes the king, I'm sure he can change things so much. He thought. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. ________________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 62, 62. The Curse. I like your plan, Mr. Pendragon, so where do you want to invest? He finally asked. Magnus was waiting for this. He took out a thick stack of papers from the drawer. First, let's talk about the contract, Magnus said with a smile, and all of a sudden, Ted felt he was sitting in front of some greedy businessman. Tilda, should I get a lawyer? Wait, I am a lawyer. Tilda, his mind was in disarray. He started to read the contract and focused on each word to make sure he was not signing for something that would make him a slave. Though his worries were uncalled for, as Magnus would never do something so scummy. The main points in the contract were simple. He must follow Magnus' orders to invest or disinvest wherever he's told to. He must keep an eye on what is happening in the market, and he must attend the board meetings in place of Magnus, except the meetings of Future Tick Industries. Wait, who is this second owner of the parent company? Ted asked. My best friend, Bobby. He will be using his brains in the technological department. Together we will have the ultimate control of the company, with the two of us having veto power. Magnus answered. /N, no, I am not planning on making any stupid scenarios where Bobby and Magnus will fight for control of the company. Both of them don't care about the company, all they want is technology, power and money. Okay, the terms are pretty simple. I am like your lawyer plus accountant. But I only have a law degree, I don't know much about accounting and business, I don't even have the license to practice in the US. Ted said. He was honestly interested in this job, but he did not want to be the reason for the loss for Magnus. Don't worry, I have 2 expert potioneers, they are cheap labor. They will make lots of memory enhancement potions for you. You will use them and learn all about law, business and accounting related to all major countries in the world. I'm sure that as a wizard, you already have mental capacity higher than muggles, so it shouldn't be hard. Also, I will give you a book about occlumency. Practice it, it will make your brain quick and efficient. Magnus told his plan. Ted was feeling a bit uneasy. Isn't this too much? Why me? I mean, I am certainly not suited for this job, then why me? Because you are a muggle-born, who is married to a witch belonging to one of the most racist families in the wizarding world. You chose not to be scared of them and ran away with her. There is still so much risk there, but you are not afraid. I respect you. Another reason was that you know the muggle world. It will surprise you that there aren't many people who are wizards and also lawyers in muggle law. In fact, I don't think there is anyone beside you. Anyway, your salary will be 3,000 galleons, £14,000 in today's market, a month. So, are you interested, Mr. Tonks? Magnus asked. Ted's eyes nearly popped out of the sockets. This was so much money. He wasn't even making half of it in his normal job. This is not it. Soon, I will get you a place where you can keep your family safe from blood supremacists. Also, your salary will be in the millions once we start making revenue. You will be in the executive branch of the company. Magnus said. He was in reality, just selling a dream for now. But, this was a dream very likely to happen. Where do you want to invest first? Ted asked, already feeling numb to all this. Magnus put forward another file, Intel. This company makes computer chips, they will be going public soon. I want to invest in it as much as possible. If you can, you should contact them from the back door and discuss the investment. They need money right now. Though I'm sure they will not easily agree to it. Why you want to use magic on them? Ted asked uneasily. No, that's not good. And I'm sure Macusa will somehow smell something wrong. After all, in all these years, someone must have tried it, and yet we haven't heard about any famous wizard who owns one of Fortune 500 companies. Magnus said. Okay, give me a few days and as many memory potions as possible. I will cram all the knowledge I can. Then I will go to the US. Ted decided. Magnus nodded and gave him a money pouch that had lots of galleons. Consider this the first payment. Also, keep this a secret, I don't want anyone to know that an 11-year-old is behind all this. So, after getting all these instructions, Ted was sent away and Magnus went back to his dorm room. But, as soon as he arrived there, he was greeted with an annoying face of Avery. Here comes the penniless king. Mulciber started jumping around and shouting. Are you talking to this mudblood? Sorry, now you got dirt on yourself too, so why are you dirty filthy purebloods jumping around like monkeys? Magnus asked with a mocking voice. Mulciber stopped jumping around and threw a piece of paper at him. Read this, we got this from your beloved owl. Hearing this, Magnus' face turned serious. What did you do to Summer? Are you talking about this owl? Lucius threw an owl at Magnus' feet. It was badly hurt and barely moving. Magnus crouched down and held Summer in his arms. Seeing Magnus, the little innocent bird made a sound. His eyes burnt in anger, as he looked at Lucius. You did this. What if I did? What will you do? Lucius asked. He was not going to start the fight this time. Till now, I thought you acted like this because of your broken beliefs, but today, you shouldn't have done this. From now, this is personal. Magnus ragefully claimed. Magnus was already having a hard time keeping himself from just burning him right at that moment. But that would get him expelled. Oh! Summer hooted in pain. To Magnus's ears, it sounded as if someone close to him was crying. This owl had become his pet now and he loved animals. With all his hatred directed towards Lucius, he spoke, I learned this from Merlin, a magic lost in ages. I, Magnus Grant Emreis Pendragons, curse Lucius Malfoy, that he will lose everything that he holds dear. Family, wealth and life. God is the witness. Ha ha ha, what was that? Some heavenly curse. Gasper Avery laughed. Magnus silently left them. Knowing he had done what he needed to. The magic behind his curse was simple. It was taught to him by Merlin, that if one were to direct all their hatred at one person, and then curse them wholeheartedly, it would become real. But, the catch was that a person with the magical strength of a dragon was needed. This was near to impossible to have, but luckily, Magnus had it. Magnus quickly entered his room. Snape and Ragnar were studying there. You two. Help me here. He shouted. They immediately left everything they were doing. Snape was fast and brought a blood-replenishing potion. Who did this? Ragnar asked angrily. Lucius, who else could it be? Wait, I will cast the healing charm on Summer. She needs all the help possible. Magnus focused on helping the bird. After an hour, she was finally in good condition and fell asleep in Magnus' lap. She had injured her wings heavily and it would take her at least a month to be able to fly again. Magnus continuously caressed her head while reading the paper for which all this happened. It was a letter, from the Ministry. Letter. Mr. Pendragon, we would like to inform you that due to being an underage wizard, your Vault of Merlin is being put under the care of the Ministry and access to the Vault of King Arthur is being given to the royal family of Britain. You will have access to these vaults once you turn 18. If you have any complaints then please contact the head of the department of the Minister. Sincerely. Dolores Umbridge, Department of Treasury. Letter ends. Magnus had read the letter aloud. He was now very annoyed at the attitude of the Ministry. He crumpled the letter and threw it into the dustbin. Seriously, how can they do this? Snape asked. He was shocked by this act. In no way did it sound good to mess up with Magnus, who had such powerful names attached to him. I'm sure some purebloods were behind it. Lucius and his goons sounded like they knew everything. Magnus said. All of a sudden, a voice came from Arthur's portrait. It was Merlin. Mag, just tell the Ministry to give you the position in Wizangamo. After all, it was I who started the Wizards of Round Table and called it the Wizangamo. Later when the Ministry was formed, it got added to it. The seat in Wizangamo is hereditary, so you have a right to have it. Also, don't worry about them getting the money in the vault, nobody except you can enter. Besides, you cast that curse on Lucius. Now just wait and enjoy the show. Merlin advised. Hearing all this, Magnus started writing a letter to the Minister for Magic for his rightful position in Wizangamo. His plan was simple. If Ministry was going to create trouble, he was going to do the same, but it would be multiplied by 10 times. A /n, Any guesses on what will happen to Malfoy? You can see Summer on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 red pill. Effect: increases chances of meeting a hot and sexy female gorilla for mating. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 63. Outrageous. Halloween had come. The whole school and the common rooms were decorated with a Halloween theme. But Magnus did not go out of his room for the whole day as Summer was there, still injured. Snape and Ragnar also stayed and made potions for the little owl to nurture her back to full health. She was now much better than yesterday though, as she could hop around his room, looking at various things with interest through her big round eyes. Magnus caressed the good girl. Calm down, nobody is going to hurt you now. You are going to stay here from now on. He looked at Duck and Chad. You too, from now on, she will be your sister. You must protect her at all times. Chad and Duck were playing together when they were called. So, the two nodded at the same time in an uncomfortable position. It was obvious that Duck was growing at a speed so fast that he would get bigger than Chad soon. Good, now play with Summer, but do not hurt her wounds. He warned the two goofballs. Soon, they started playing together, making the room have a happy air. Magnus had made lots of toys for them, from balls to small seesaws. They also love to annoy Snape and Ragnar when they study, but nobody gets angry at them as their presence was a big stress reliever for them. Now, Summer was also added to the group. Let's go to the dinner, Ragnar called him. He had worn the normal uniform. But, during the non-class time, one only needed to wear black robes and under them, one could wear anything. Magnus didn't change and went out in his jeans and sweater. He was still a bit frustrated about what the Lucius gang had done. Calm down, Magnus. Your face looks like you are constipated, Ragnar jokingly said. Magnus let out a loud breath. I can't wait to see how my curse takes effect. Let's go now. We will eat at the Gryffindor table today. I don't want to hear those racists or I might just burst into flames. Hearing this, Snape was happy as he would get to spend time with Lily. Though Magnus' little therapies were working and now he didn't seem so love-struck with her all the time. Ragnar though was happy with anything. He would even sit with Hufflepuffs as long as he could talk about potions. They arrived at the overly decorated Grand Hall and straight up walked to the Gryffindor table. In fact, Magnus even dragged a random kid named Caleb from the Slytherin table to not make it look like he preferred Gryffindor. Seeing him, two of his friends followed. Sirius saw him coming and already made space to sit. I heard what they did. Such animals, hurting a creature who can't speak. Sirius barked. You know, When I first heard about the magical world from you, I never expected it to be so messed up. I was literally imagining sunflowers and rainbows, as I thought that because we had magic, we must have solved all problems in a normal Muggle society. But look, the problems are 10 times worse here. Magnus talked lengthily. Remus nodded after hearing him. He was sitting opposite to Magnus, beside James. Magic is a path to many powers, but that doesn't mean people with ill intentions aren't born on this side of the world. Ragnar chuckled and started, and sometimes we get blokes like Sirius, who by the record should have been in Slytherin, but is now a Gryffindor and hates his family. Your family must be disappointed in their ability to brainwash. Ha ha, disappointed they are. Just yesterday I got a letter from my mother. She wants me homeschooled. But I refused, and she cannot force me to stay at home, as I have given a letter to Professor McGonagall saying that if I didn't come back then it was my family. Sirius laughingly said. James snorted, I told you to come to my place. My parents would treat you like their own. I know, but I don't want to leave Regulus in that pit, Sirius said with a saddened face. Asterisk pat pat asterisk. Don't worry, if he comes to Slytherin, I will take care of him, Magnus assured. I know that already. You are my knight in the shining armor after all. Come, let me give you a maiden kiss. Sirius mumbled and started making exaggerated and ugly faces trying to kiss Magnus, but he was just spitting saliva. Magnus in disgust waved his wand and cast a charm to seal Sirius' lips. That was only what he could say now. Soon, it was time for dinner. Dumbledore gave a speech on the podium. He seemed tired for some reason. There have been many instances of violence in the school in the past few days. I must remind you, if you break any rules by hurting a student or any animal on the school premises, you will be immediately expelled. Now, today is a very joyous feast of Halloween, so let's enjoy it together. He waved his hand and lots of food appeared on the tables. Fine, you can eat it. Magnus fixed Sirius' mouth. Meow. Suddenly Sirius meowed. It shocked him and others around him. Magnus smirked, I didn't say you can speak. Sirius just ignored him now and ate food like no tomorrow. After dinner, Magnus sent his letter to the minister via random owl, though as always, he did give some treats for their hard work. Hey, keep looking at those Slytherin scums. Sirius excitedly told him. What did you do? Magnus asked. Just wait. Sirius didn't reveal and just giggled. Magnus kept on watching the Lucius gang. Soon, they were done with their dinner and got up to head to their dorms. But, as soon as they got up, their clothes changed. And it was outrageous what their new clothes were. Bikinis, for all the boys of the Slytherin gang. Red-colored upper and lower cloth. It was also on the shorter side, making it more outrageous. Just smile and wave, boys, Sirius said as he laughed. In an instant, the whole hall erupted in loud laughter. The Slytherin gang was busy trying to cover their bodies. The bulges on their bottom were clear as day. Lucius was looking the most girl-like because of his long hair and clean-shaven face. Magnus also laughed heartily. Asterisk Ketchak asterisk. All of a sudden, a camera flash came. A boy from Gryffindor Photography Club had clicked the picture. Magnus quickly called for him, give me a copy of it later. The Daily Prophet will love it. Lucius gritted his teeth in anger, shame and frustration. He had no idea how this happened to him and how he fell for this prank. All he knew was that Magnus, Sirius and others from Gryffindor were involved. but he had no proof. He immediately ran away to dorms, followed by his lackeys. "Sister, go after him, he must be frightened. Might need a change of diapers," Sirius shouted towards Narcissa. Magnus chuckled. "When did you plan this?" "When I heard what had happened. However, the prank is not over yet." Sirius smirked. Magnus was alerted. "What did you do? I sound like a girl, right?" Magnus asked. "Ha ha ha." Everyone around them chuckled. "Not just that, you are wearing a unicorn outfit now," Sirius replied. Magnus, in an instant, felt a change over his body. His robes had turned into soft unicorn costumes. "Are you sure this is the end?" Magnus asked back with a smirk. This time, Sirius was shocked and also felt a change in his dress. It turned into a Slytherin uniform with his hair turned green too. "Gah! I hate this," he muttered. Magnus then looked at all his friends. "Even Lily. What are you all laughing at? Get ready." Soon, Magnus heard lots of verbal curses coming towards him as some clothes changed. Snape became a Dracula, Lily got a sunflower dress, James got a costume of a broom, Remus got a costume of a Shiba Inu, and Peter got a costume of a snake at random. You can see Halloween Haul on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 64, 64. Merlin's Magic. Minister for Magic Office. Eugenia Jenkins was sitting in her office when an owl dropped her mail. It didn't come directly to her, but her assistant brought it. It was directly addressed to her. The more she read it, the more her mind went numb. She started feeling suffocated. It came from Magnus and also Gringotts. The one from Magnus said things straightforwardly. Letter. To the Minister of Magic. This letter is to inform you that the only remaining descendant of Merlin wants his seat in the Wizengamot back, as the seat is hereditary and Merlin was the founder of the Wizengamot. Next, about my vaults in Gringotts. The bank is situated on the land inherited by me from King Arthur. I am yet to sign a lease of land to the bank because of what happened at Diagon Alley. So, I have decided to not sign the lease anymore, and everything on my land now belongs to me and only me. The goblins of Gringotts have agreed to work for me from now on, and they will consolidate all the wealth in all vaults of Gringotts into mine. In short, no wizard will now have the right over their vaults or to enter my private property. If anybody does try, then the goblins have my permission to attack to kill. Sincerely. Magnus Grant M. Reyes Pendragon. Letter ends. She quickly opened the next letter from Gringotts and read it. Letter. I am the head goblin of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. As discussed with His Majesty, Pendragon, we will only be serving him as a bank because he holds the lease of the land and we do not want to lose our bank. We will still serve some wizards, but only if we have permission from His Majesty. From now, all vaults are sealed. All previous keys are invalid. His Majesty has the ownership of everything inside Gringotts from now on. If you have any grievances, please solve them with His Majesty first. Letter ends. Her breathing became faster as she was in shock at what had just happened. She expected some kind of retaliation from Magnus for what the ministry had done, but this was so extreme. 99% of wizards had all their wealth in Gringotts. By doing this, Magnus has made most of the British wizards dirt poor. She held her head. The ministry also had its vault in Gringotts too. All of their funds are now inaccessible. ****. We tried to take his money, so he took the money of the whole British wizarding community. I hate it, but I also understand his actions, ****. Madam, there is a report submitted by DMLE. They said it's urgent. Minister's assistant came and gave a file. Eugenia let out a sigh and waved her hand. She opened the file and her brows furrowed. She started to internally read it. Report on the increasing attacks on Muggle-born wizards. There have been 7 deaths in the past month and 20 missing Muggle-born. Besides this, there have been attacks on 3 pure-blood families who don't align themselves with the pure-blood theory. After a thorough investigation, all these attacks have been found to be done by the Death Eaters, who follow a dark wizard, self-proclaimed Dark Lord, called Voldemort. The group was previously known as Knights of Walpurgis. All of its members were from Slytherin House. However, there may have been recruits from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and even from foreign schools within the ranks as well. The faithful of the organization get branded with the dark mark. This symbol, a skull with a snake protruding from the mouth, was used to summon his followers at will. We have seen this many times, even in the recent attack on His Majesty. Most of the Death Eaters belong to some powerful pure-blood families which cannot be named. Requested to start concentrated attacks on these Death Eaters and declaring Voldemort and his Death Eaters as an enemy of the British wizarding community and also declaring them terrorists. She finished reading the report from DMLE head and she could only sigh. Why did I even become the minister? This tension will be the death of me. Magnus had not really stopped or seized accounts of all wizards. He did it only to those known to be dark wizards and all members of Wizangamo. Also the ministry. As he had decided, if they were going to make his life tough, then he would not sit silently either. But, he was a bit late. As Abraxas Malfoy had led a team of Aurors and 2 more members of Wizangamo to check the vaults of Merlin and Arthur as representatives of the ministry and royal family. Their official pretense was they were here to check the security, while the real reason was to check how much wealth was there. We are here by the order of the ministry to inspect the vault of Merlin and King Arthur. We have all the necessary permissions. Abraxas Malfoy showed a document to the head goblin. The goblin read it from his high seat. He looked at Abraxas in disgust as he knew what was truly happening. But, he did not say anything and signaled 2 goblins. 2 goblins showed them the way to the vaults. They could have stopped this small team as the Gringotts had met with an understanding with Magnus a while ago. They were happy to help Magnus because they would be able to slap the faces of so many wizards by doing this. And they didn't have much choice in it either. But because Magnus had allowed it, the goblins did not stop the team. In fact, they were told to rest easy and just watch. However, Magnus had no idea what was going to happen or what kind of security features the vaults had or what the curse he had put on Lucius would do to his father. "How long till we reach the place?" Abraxas asked proudly. He considered goblins lower species anyway, so he never gave them respect no matter who it was, be it a normal goblin or even the head of Gringotts. He did not consider them much above house elves. "A little more, it is very deep underground," a goblin replied with a frustrated look. He had been hearing the pretentious talks of the team of wizards all along and could only roll his eyes. He talked to his buddy in gobbledygook, "These humans are such fools. At least their king is smart." The other in replied, "No, these ones are just too dumb. To think they can outsmart Merlin's blood." The previous goblin said. After a long ride down, they came to the same volcanic island with huge gates. The heat was unbearable there and Abraxas felt uncomfortable. The two people beside him were the patriarch of the Black family, Archerus Black III, and the patriarch of the Knot family, Knot Senior. "Open it," Abraxas ordered. "We cannot. There is no key or palm scan." His Majesty opened it somehow by touching it. "But we don't know if it was special to him or anybody could open it," the goblin answered and stepped back. "Useless." Abraxas cursed at them. "I will try to open it," Archerus Black III decided. He was the eldest of the three and had the most knowledge of magic. He was the grandfather of Regulus and Sirius. But greed had blinded Abraxas too much, and he also had a personal score to set with Magnus after what had happened with his son. His family had been shamed heavily after the news of Lucius' broken arm came in the Daily Prophet. He could not go to many parties with his head held high. "No, I will do it." He confidently went ahead to open the gates by using magic. Bombarda Maxima. He cast the strongest variation of the exploding charm. It provoked large, violent explosions capable of demolishing entire walls. Boom. A cloud of smoke covered the entire area. Everyone stayed still until the smoke disappeared. They expected the scene of gold and riches on the other side of the door. But all they saw was the door standing tall. As expected from Merlin's magic, a goblin talked in his native tongue. Annoyed, Abraxas walked to the door to check it closely. "What is this thing made of?" He raised his hand to touch it to feel its texture. It was cold, but it was getting hot very fast. "Strange, why is it getting warm?" he wondered loudly. He decided to move back and cast another charm. "My arm is stuck to the door," he loudly exclaimed. Seeing this, Archerus and Knot ran up to him and tried to pull him back. Two people from the ministry who had come along helped too. But it was not doing anything. "Ah! It's getting hot. My palm is burning," Abraxas shouted. The two goblins did not help. One of them looked in pity. "Should we help them?" "We can't, also, we were told to just watch them," the other goblin said in the native tongue. Meanwhile, Abraxas started raging in pain. "My arm is melting. Do something, Dot." There was pain, fear and helplessness in his eyes. Around them, the magma also started raging. It started boiling violently. Archerus then noticed, "Oh no! The magma is rising." Hearing him, the goblins also saw it. They quickly ran to the gondola lift. "We are leaving, if you want to come, come. Stay back, you mindless animals. Help him." Knot Senior shouted. "We are ordered not to meddle in anything that happens here. We cannot touch the vault." a goblin clarified. Abraxas started screaming. His arm had caught fire. The magma was rising rapidly too. Then all of a sudden, a loud laugh started resounding in the cave. "You thieves! Dare to challenge my magic? I, Merlin Imrice, will see you to your end." The magma started rising faster. The hole door on which Abraxas was stuck started catching fire too as it looked bright red due to heat. Scared, Archerus and Not let Abraxas go, not wanting to be burned or be cursed by Merlin's magic. "What are you doing? Help me! Nuu! Don't go! Please! I will give you everything. Take all my money. Save me!" Abraxas cried. But, the next moment, a big fire explosion occurred. Boom, Archerus and Not were scared to their core. The whole setting was too scary. To be buried in a magma pit was not on their agenda for today. They did not even look behind and ran to the gondola lift. Go, go! Get us out of here! Archerus shouted at the two goblins. Nobody knew what had happened to Abraxas. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 blue pill. Effect, wake up from the matrix. Return to monk. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 52 comments. Vote. Chapter 65. Born in wrong time. Abraxas had his whole arm burned. And with that fire blast, he was actually teleported inside the vault. But, as soon as he entered he saw two holographic figures. Both were taller than him. One was wearing wizard robes and the other was wearing metal armor. It was pre-recorded and it was obvious. Anger was seen on the two faces as they spoke. "You dare to try to steal what we left for the rightful heir?" Arthur raged. "I made this vault with my magic. That should have been enough of a warning. Now face the consequences of your own actions," Merlin added. There was a long corridor and Abraxas walked on it, trying to find a way out. But, all of a sudden, fire started to come out of some vents on both sides of the corridor. No! He panicked. There was no way to go and the fire raged towards him. Within seconds, he got covered in a fire that burned stronger and hotter than anything ever. The last things in Abraxas' mind were fear and regret of ever trying to go against Merlin in any way. The man was considered a wizard god for a reason. Today, he found out why firsthand. "I leave everything to you, Lucius," he muttered in pain with the last of his body parts turning to ashes. But, too bad for him, he had no idea what tragedy his son had brought upon himself by getting cursed. Archerus and Not reached the top and shouted at the head goblin. "Get someone down there and save Lord Malfoy." They shouted. The head goblin grunted, "Ha, you yourself ran up here leaving him behind and dare to tell us to give our lives. We told you the risks beforehand. Gringotts is responsible for the safety of its clients. We came here on the official business of taking over Merlin and Arthur's vault. We notified you and you let us in. What is it you do not understand? Not shouted. Not anymore. You aren't our clients. Actually, you are trespassing and we can rightfully kill you if we want. The head goblin said with a creepy smile on his face. Archerus and Not took a few steps back. Archerus asked, "What are you saying?" "We have our vaults here. This is a bank." The head goblin laughed, "Ha ha. Yes, this is a bank. But the land on which it was established belonged to King Arthur, and it belongs to His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emreis Pendragon now. He has refused to allow us to deal with people he doesn't agree with if we want to keep this bank here." Of course, we agreed. "So your accounts too, are now His Majesty's property. But you are still servicing them." Not shouted, pointing towards a few people near other counters. "They were not denied by His Majesty." The head goblin answered. "This is madness." Archerus took out his wand. In response, 10 goblins in full armor came. They weren't allowed to use wands but they had enchanted armor and swords. "Leave or we will kill." They were warned. Archerus and Not had their senses prevail and they left while cursing. "We will return for Lord Malfoy." They shouted. Once they were gone, the head goblin looked at his assistant. "You got everything on the recording crystal?" "Yes, Elder." "Good, as instructed by His Majesty. Send it to Rita Skeeter with the letter," he ordered. Of course, they were not doing it for free. Magnus was paying them. He was a kind person, but he would never let someone stomp over him without any consequences. Though he did not plan to kill anyone and this was not on his shoulder. It was going to be a blunder for sure. And a big one at that. Hogwarts. "Emma, you watch my side and keep me warned if they are trying to play dirty and obstruct my path," Magnus instructed her. They were practicing Quidditch and their teams were divided into 2. Emma was the chaser and he was the seeker. That's so boring. "But I guess you gotta do this to win," she complained but stayed vigilant. She flew behind Magnus at a distance. Down. As soon as she shouted, Magnus drove his broom downwards and just as he did that a bludger passed by his head. That was what Magnus will use to win. As long as she gave him the right warnings, he would be able to dodge correctly. He flew for a little more and finally caught the golden snitch. He had been able to do it in every single practice match and was certain that Gryffindor was going to lose. He came down from his broom and headed to take a bath. But, all of a sudden he saw a student coming running to Lucius and then Lucius also ran away hurriedly. In the bath, he saw a second-year Slytherin student who was a new member of the Quidditch team. He was a second-line beater. He belongs to the middle group, meaning not going along with the blood supremacist or taking his side. "Hey Matthew, why did Lucius run away?" he inquired. "Did you not know, something happened to Lucius' dad? That's why he ran out," he told him. "Where did it happen?" Magnus asked back. "Nobody knows that for now. I'm sure we will see it in the news tomorrow. Something happening to a big lord cannot be kept a secret for long." Was it because of that curse? He wondered but didn't pay too much attention. He had his plates full in handling the matter of his vaults from being taken over by the ministry. Now, he even had the royal family on his radar as they must be involved in all this as they were named in the letter. He had already instructed the goblins of Gringotts and he was fairly sure that his actions would soon be fruitful. He finished his bath and headed out. That was a darn good move there, Magnus. I guess someone will be buying lots of Nimbus 1500 from my family shop. Maybe I should take the credit for it and get a commission from Dad. Emma came to his side after her bath. They headed back to their dorms together. Hey, that is a good business-minded plan. But, I got another secret move and we will destroy the Gryffindor team. We'll be winning the Inter-House Quidditch Cup this year for sure. Magnus proudly claimed. I hope this is confidence and not overconfidence. I'm telling you, Dragon Boy, I want to win and if you bring us down, I will. She wanted to say something but stopped as she saw Magnus looking at her face with a smirk. She gulped her saliva in nervousness. No. I will not make any bet with you. Magnus started howling in laughter. Bway ha ha, so much fear. Are you sure you're a Slytherin? HMPH, don't try to force me into accepting a bet. I know you and I am a smart Slytherin, not a stupid Gryffindor. Merlin's beard, I can't imagine what you will do to that Gryffindor boy when he loses. She looked horrified just imagining the worst, but she had no idea that what Magnus had planned was unimaginable to anyone. You're no fun, Emma. Magnus made a fake sad face. He spoke the password at the Slytherin dungeon door. But as soon as it opened, Ragnar and Snape came out running. They stopped as they saw Magnus. Ragnar held Magnus's shoulder, his face looking shocked. Mag, did you hear? Lucius' dad, he died, in Gringotts. Magnus's brain ran in overdrive and made the calculations to guess what might have happened. It was easy to guess. But, not even in his wildest dreams, he thought it would cause death. This was another death on his hands now and he did not feel good. How? Magnus asked back, though he already had some idea what might have happened. But before Ragnar could say anything, Dumbledore appeared, making long strides in the corridor. Mr. Pendragon, I need you to come with me. It is very urgent. He requested. Magnus looked back at his friends. See you at night. Feed Chad. You go, don't worry about the food, Snape assured him. He was turning into a friend one could trust now. Once Magnus was gone, Emma sighed, it must be tough being him. Ragnar nodded, imagine being called a hero at 11 for killing a few fanatics who wanted to kill you. It's gotta be hard on his mind. Indeed, he's very good at masking his thoughts, Snape added. Asterisk sigh asterisk. He's born at the wrong time, I guess, Emma commented. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 66, 66. A Curse or Natural Selection. Dumbledore's office. What happened, Professor? Magnus inquired. Did you do it? Dumbledore straightforwardly asked. Magnus shook his head. Lucius' father. No, I didn't even know what happened. I was practicing Quidditch. Besides, those vaults were made by Merlin. Do you really think anybody can enter them? Not even the goblins of Gringotts could enter. They went to the vault with their own consent. And what about sealing the bank? That you have seized the vaults? Dumbledore asked further. That is true. They tried to take away my vaults, which exist on my private property. So, I took away their vaults, and in my case, I have every right. Magnus replied. No. Magnus. You do not understand. By doing this, you are making so many enemies. Now the purebloods will see you as an enemy. Even more so after Abraxas' death. Dumbledore argued. Magnus smirked, as if I fear them. Professor, I have only sealed the accounts of those pureblood families who are known racists, blood supremacists, or support Voldemort in any way. Just imagine, Professor, by doing this, I can destroy the funding of Voldemort and his Death Eater army. No, they have enough money to keep it going. Or they will find other ways to work. But, you will be their target now. Dumbledore warned. I was already their target. Don't take me as a fool. The moment the Ministry tried to take my vaults, I knew the Ministry was compromised. No wonder you look so cynical, you can't trust anybody. Also, don't worry. I will fix the Gringotts matter soon. I am sure the Minister will be contacting me as well. Magnus assured him. But before that, we need to go to Gringotts. People and goblins are afraid of going to your vaults now. They want you to come and get Abraxas' body out. Dumbledore revealed. Magnus sighed with his eyes closed. I never wanted people to die, Professor. Even I didn't know there would be such strong safety measures. Dumbledore's face became less frowned as he calmed down. He came forward and patted Magnus' shoulder. I understand, Magnus. It was not your fault. But they might blame you. Magnus shook his head. No, if the head goblin did as I asked, then I might be able to turn this around. Let's go now. Ugh, that apparition again. I hate it. He grabbed onto Dumbledore's arm and the two appeared in Leaky Cauldron again. The whole building was full now, with noises coming from outside the door. It seems people were waiting for him to appear. Then, Dumbledore opened the door. And soon loud noises of talking started to come. Most of them were talking about Magnus and what happened to Abraxas. Stay close. Most are friendly, but there could be a few bad seeds in the tree. Dumbledore advised him. When they went out of Leaky Cauldron to the streets, Magnus and Dumbledore were surrounded by lots of journalists. Magnus was bombarded with questions. Mr. Pendragon, what do you think about the events in the Gringotts? Is it true you own Gringotts? Have you taken money from all wizarding families? Did the Ministry try to take your heritage away? Did you kill Lord Abraxas Malfoy? These were the questions he was being asked. Magnus put on the most innocent face he could and spoke. I don't know what's going on. I came to help. Yes, I did get a letter from Auntie Minister that they will take my vaults away. Dumbledore shook his head at the sharp mind of Magnus. He was too smooth at changing faces and turning into an innocent 11-year-old boy. Ask questions later. We have work at the moment. Dumbledore quickly controlled the crowd and took Magnus to the bank. It was surrounded by goblins and arrows for safety purposes. As soon as Magnus entered, the head goblin came to greet him. The search party is waiting for you, Your Majesty. We dare not go down there as magma is still ravaging that place. He informed him. Let's go then and get the body out. I don't know what happened there, but I'll try to help as much as possible, Magnus said and headed to the changing room to get into a hazard suit. Dumbledore also wanted to come with him, but Magnus stopped him. Don't come with us, Professor. Whatever curses Merlin put there, they don't work on me or the goblins. Dumbledore didn't take this matter lightly, as anything done by Merlin was to be seen as high magic that could even injure him. Take care, then. I don't want to be in front of your father's gun again, Dumbledore said jokingly. Magnus chuckled. Ha ha, I wish I could broadcast that memory. He must never learn about the pensive. Dumbledore made a mental note. Magnus then followed a team of goblins to reach to the vaults. The goblins were wearing some kind of enchanter armor as if they were going on a war. Soon, the gondola lift came close to the vault and everyone could see what had happened there. Steam was rising from the rocks around them, making it clear that the magma had risen to a great height. I hope it does not rise while we are here. My daughter was just born, one of the goblins said. Don't worry. I'm sure the earlier event was due to intruders. Just lower me down to the island in the magma sea, he ordered. He actually felt good being with the goblins. He was slightly taller than them and they treated him as an adult. Hearing him, they brought down the gondola lift but stopped it a few feet from the ground as it was too hot. From there, Magnus jumped down. Where was his body before you left? He inquired from the two goblins who were with Abraxas and his party. He was for some reason stuck on the door. He could not take his hand away from it and soon got engulfed in flames, the goblin answered. Knowing this, Magnus made a guess where the body could be. He went close to the vault and put his palm on it. The goblins winced seeing that, though nothing happened. Magnus disappeared in a small fire and appeared inside the vault, in the long corridor. The place seemed undamaged and spotless. But, once he moved a bit further, he found lots of ash. He had no idea if this was the remains of Abraxas or not, though he did feel a bit saddened. He had not even met this man, so he had no idea how bad he was. If he had known, maybe he wouldn't feel as bad. Losing a family was something Magnus himself could never imagine feeling, and making someone else feel this was also not leaving a good taste. He picked all the ash and put it in a golden container with a lid. He had come to the vault, so he decided to do some work too. He went to Merlin's vault and took 10 wands, 5 books on ancient runes language and 1 book for high-level charms. There was also a document framed on the wall, which had the signature of 10 more people, and it was a declaration of the creation of Wizengamot. Then he went to Arthur's vault and took 20 enchanted swords. They were nothing like Hope and Despair though. But, he had a plan to use them. After that, he went out. He went back to the gondola lift and showed the goblins the ashes. I only found this. The goblins nodded, not feeling anything about the death of the narcissistic wizard. They steered the gondola back to the surface. Magnus kept his face plain and walked to Dumbledore. He handed him the small golden container. This is it. I found his ashes, but make sure it belongs to him. Dumbledore sighed. He was hoping for the guy to come out alive, but... He turned around and walked to Lucius Malfoy, who was being calmed by Archerius Black and Not. Lucius had no mother or siblings, so he was alone in this. Dumbledore calmly handed the ash container. We found your father's remains there. The place was covered in magma. Lucius was silent, his eyes were red in anger. He held the remains of his father and looked at them. His breathing started getting heavy, his chest rose and fell with each second. Son, we are pure in the blood, no lowly wizard or muggle can go against us. Remembering these words taught to him from his childhood, he looked at Dumbledore's face. Then, he noticed Magnus in the background. His face started shaking in anger. I, Magnus grant Emreis Pendragons, curse Lucius Malfoy, that he will lose everything that he holds dear. Family, wealth and life. God is the witness. He remembered that Magnus had cursed him. You killed my father. He shouted at the top of his lungs, possibly even damaging his throat. Murderer. A mudblood. Killed my father. I will kill you. He screamed continuously. His eyes were red and he was obviously not himself at the moment. Archerus and Not tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. Then, in a surprising twist, in anger, he threw the ash container at Magnus with full force. The ashes came out of it and fell everywhere. The container stopped near Magnus's feet and from it fell a small pendant, containing a picture of Lucius, his father and his mother. It was most likely a heavily enchanted item, which was why it survived the fire. Magnus picked it up. But he did not go forward to give it as Lucius was out of his mind. He called a goblin and handed it to them to give it to Lucius later. I will kill you. Lucius all of a sudden ran towards Magnus at full speed. He didn't even have his wand out right now. He just wanted to strangle Magnus with his hands. Magnus shook his head. He had no idea if the death of Abraxas was due to his curse or because of the law of natural selection. What did they think would happen if they tried to force their way into Merlin's vault? Did they forget what happens in the Egyptian tomb? /n, this is a change from canon, or we can call this butterfly effect. Abraxas Malfoy was supposed to die in 1996. Now, without a father to guide, things are going to be a bit different for Lucius, for the better or worse, it is to be seen. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****, Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 blessing from the Gorilla Sage. Effect, grants you good luck in exams of your life. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 67, 67. Upcoming Prince of Enchanters. I will kill you. Lucius ran towards Magnus crazily. Magnus was ready to tackle him. He had been doing physical training for more than 2 years now. Arthur had taught him everything related to martial arts. But before any mess could be made, Dumbledore waved his hand slightly and cast a wandless charm to make Lucius fall asleep. Nobody saw it and most thought it was due to mental stress. Archerus Black came and picked him up. He looked at Dumbledore and Magnus with angry eyes. This is not the end of this. After that, he took Lucius to St. Mungo's Hospital to get him treated. Dumbledore sighed and turned back to Magnus. He felt sympathy for him. After all, in all his life, This was the first time he was seeing such complexities in the life of an 11-year-old. Magnus should have been having fun with his friends right now, but here he was, dealing with death, schemes and racists. Tilda being the descendant of Merlin and Arthur is hard. Tilda, he thought. Let's go back, Magnus Dumbledore said. Magnus nodded, but before that, he talked to the head of Gringotts. The issue of seized vaults will be resolved in a few days. The normal working of the bank can be resumed, give service to all except those I have named. After that, he went back to Dumbledore. Let's go. This place is depressing. Magnus returned to Hogwarts and it was already evening by then. Everyone had already eaten dinner. But Dumbledore told him that he will tell a house elf to bring food for him in his room. And surprisingly, by the time he came to his room, he found a covered plate on his table. The house elves in Hogwarts seem to take pride in the fact that they cannot be caught doing work. Maybe it was a technique to keep them away from people, as it would leave a bad taste. The moment he arrived in his dorm room, Chad, Duck and Summer ran to him to get hugs and pats. Magnus' mood was immediately elevated to the fullest. He held the three in his arms and stroked Chad and Summer's fur while he patted Duck as he was a dragon and didn't have fur. Ah ha ha. Stop, you three. Duck, don't lick my face, bad manners. Chad, stop sniffing my feet, see, I told you, they are smelly, now don't vomit. And Summer, well, you can stay seated on my head. He interacted with the three curious kids. Although Chad was probably older, he was still a curious cat. What happened at the bank? Ragnar asked as he entered the dorm room. They tried to open my vault forcefully, Merlin's safety mechanism kicked in and he died. Lucius is going to blame me, I can already tell. So, you and Snape better be careful. Magnus warned. Snape nodded, it is sad but nothing to cry about. Lucius' father is allegedly supporting the Death Eaters in the money aspect. So he's a Death Eater? Magnus asked back. Ragnar shook his head, no, he can't be. Because he deals with the ministry too much. But, he should be somewhat like a consigliere in the Italian mafia, though I can't say if he truly is the right-hand man of Vold. Or whatever his name is. Where does their money come from? Snape inquired. ****. It's all old money. Perks of owning the land over which Gringotts exists, and the current fiasco is that I now have all the records of the wealth of all wizarding families. Malfoy family is old, very old, nearly as old as Merlin himself. The first Malfoy came to England with William the Conqueror as part of the invading Norman army. He gave some unknown, shady and almost certainly magical services to King William I. For this, Malfoy was given a prime piece of land in Wiltshire, seized from local landowners, upon which his descendants have been living for centuries. They have been termed a slippery bunch since a long time because they were always found courting power and riches wherever they might be found. I even found out a note saying that the Malfoy family was very much involved with the highborn muggles of those times, and they even opposed the statute of secrecy. But, once it was passed, they kept to themselves. Want to know the most fun part? It is related to the British Crown. Magnus asked. What? Did they kill some kings? I wouldn't be surprised. Ragnar shrugged. Magnus shook his head, no, they would never kill someone. But, they did something just as their nickname implies. There is ample evidence to suggest that the first Lucius Malfoy was an unsuccessful aspirant to the hand of Elizabeth I, and it is said that the Queen's subsequent opposition to marriage was due to a jinx placed upon her by the thwarted Malfoy. Magnus revealed. Snape scoffed and started, HMPH, no wonder they would be joining the up-and-coming Dark Lord. They are different from other pure-blood families. They have enough brains to not inbreed. They know that magical Britain is now at its weak point and a strong Dark Lord can take over it, so they went with him. Though I am sure they did not expect you to enter the equation, or else, they might have supported you. Magnus nodded in agreement. But I'm sure Lucius will never see me as a possible ally. Anyway, their wealth comes from the same place all royals and nobles get in today's time. Their old wealth and lots of investments in property. Malfoys are said to be the richest wizarding family, though I guess I have taken that mantle now, but nobody knows that. Magnus' explanation ended and then he looked at Ragnar. I checked your family account, it was not in a very safe location, so I shifted it deeper. Because I believe, with that potion maniac brain of yours, you'll be making a lot of money. Though I suggest you to put aside some money and invest in my new company. You'll be billionaires in a few years then. Sure, in the days I've known you, I can confidently say that you are the most money-loving person I've ever known. Ragnar jokingly said. Magnus did not laugh though. He seriously answered, I love money because I know it means power. Power to influence. Just becoming the richest in the world is not my motive, but becoming the strongest is. And what will you do with that power? Snape inquired. He wondered if this was another dark wizard in Rising. But Magnus' answer made all those thoughts go away. First of all, I will fulfill Merlin's dream of an equal world for all magicals. Then, I will bring world peace and then, maybe start a worldwide pancake restaurant chain. I will sell all kinds of pancakes there. Ice cream pancake, cheese pancake, pasta pancake, honey pancake, fish pancake, marshmallow pancake and all kinds that can exist. I also want to make a big hospital for my mummy. You know what, let's make it a worldwide chain of hospitals. Magnus started blabbering all his plans. Ragnar and Snape shook their heads and went to do their work, ignoring the three animals playing chase around their feet. Soon, Magnus ate his dinner and went to bed. But he did not sleep. Instead, he started working on a magic spell. It was already in existence, but he was trying to use them in different ways. If successful, he will be able to make surprise attacks on his enemies and even kill them with it. Behind him, on the wall, was Merlin in the portrait, and he helped Magnus whenever needed. The Prince of Enchanters was supposed to be good at charms, jinxes, hexes and curses after all. Though enchanting also had runes as a huge part, it was what made Merlin's magic so potent. Magnus needed to master runes too if he wanted to surpass Merlin. Magnus did not sleep that night. He was feeling a sense of urgency now. That he needed to at least be powerful enough to protect himself. He had his very sharp sense, but they did not help if his body was slow. So, he started to get out to do physical exercise every single day. From 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. He was later going to ask Dumbledore to make an indoor gym for physical exercise. After his exercise, he arrived at the breakfast table. Lucius was still not there, but his gang was already giving him the death stares. He ignored them and focused on his breakfast. Excuse me, can I? He suddenly heard a voice from his side. He looked and saw a tall girl. She was in Ravenclaw robes and was certainly not first year. He showed his big warm smile. What can I help you with? Hello. I am Mary von Sintra. I'm 5th year prefect of Ravenclaw, can you help me with a charm? She shyly asked. Magnus was a bit shocked. He looked around to make sure she was asking the right person. Me. I'm just a first year. He said. I heard you know all charms and I thought, because you are related to Merlin. She replied. Magnus shook his head. Okay, share a seat with me then. We will talk about it here. She was taken aback that her request was accepted. She feared that Slytherins wouldn't be so friendly. What are you working on? Magnus asked with interest. As Ragnar was into potions, he was into charms. False memory charm. I am having trouble finding the right memories to change them. She started explaining her problem. A 6th year spell. It's a very tough one. But I know how to do it to a limit. I tried it on Ragnar and made him think he had eaten, while he had not. He had a stomach ache the next day. Magnus revealed. It was because of you. Ragnar raged as soon as he heard that. Magnus sweetly replied to him, my friend, I was just helping you stay fit. Anyway, Miss Sintra, do you know about occlumency and legilimency? He inquired. She nodded, I know about it, but never tried it. Exactly, you need to at least start practicing occlumency. It will teach you about the functioning of the human brain, it will also safeguard your mind from intruders. I will give you a biology book that can help you learn it. He started enthusiastically teaching her. She slowly stopped acting shy and asked whenever she wanted to. This was the first time someone from another house had come and sat on the Slytherin table, and it was a wonderful feeling for Dumbledore, who was looking at the interaction from his seat. Will he also be another prince of enchanters? Dumbledore thought. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *****, Umar Latif *****, Julian Ricamera *****, Darian Steely *****, Franklin Wally *****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 68, 68. Snape's Family Matters. It was Monday, the most hated day of the week. But, Quidditch was coming close and Magnus got to skip classes because he would always ace them anyway. Even in potions, he was just normal. He would make potions according to the book. In any normal class, he would be hailed as a genius potioneer. But because of monsters like Snape and a behemoth like Ragnar, Magnus's skills were overshadowed. Slytherin was on cloud 9 with his two favorite Slytherin potioneers. Magnus spent most of his time these days playing Quidditch. He would stop once he has defeated Gryffindor and won the bet. Like any other day, Magnus sat at the breakfast table to eat. But soon the post started coming and along it came the newspapers. Magnus called a handsome owl and took the newspaper, also gave him some treats as always. He was really spoiling these owls, but in his defense, these cute furballs deserved all the love in the world. He unfolded the Daily Prophet and read the first page. Finally, it was not some nonsense news and actually told what had happened recently. News. Is that the Ministry trying to destroy Merlin's legacy? Reason behind Lord Abraxas Malfoy's death is greed. The Ministry's personnel publicly acknowledged that they tried to take away the wealth inside the vaults of Merlin and Arthur, by unlawful calling His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emreis Pendragon, ineligible to hold it. They were greedy and forgot that the land on which those vaults exist was owned by him in the first place, hence it was entirely his private property. What happened to Lord Abraxas Malfoy is tragic. On the orders of the Ministry, he and a few others went to forcefully enter the vault. But Merlin's magic reigned supreme and it countered the intruders with pure, powerful magic. This resulted in the loss of Lord Abraxas Malfoy's life. But the question remains. Who is to be blamed for this? Who sanctioned the stealing of the vault? Who is so greedy in the Ministry that they are happy to break the laws on which our society runs? Besides this, the recent talks that the bank is now owned by His Majesty and that he owns everybody's money there is false. I spoke with the head goblin of Gringotts and they said that they still run the bank, it's just a matter of renewal of land lease and it will be resolved soon. However, they might have to call a few wizards to sign some documents. The normal working of the bank, in terms of exchanging currency, will run as smoothly as before. Rita Skeetus, Senior Freelance Journalist. News End. Magnus smirked after reading this. He had fed Rita some money to write this article. Ted Tonks was good at handling his business when he couldn't go out. He had just conveyed one message to Rita. That if she wants to truly be a revolutionizing journalist, she needs to make sure she is under no pressure to write what she does not want to. He told her that instead of joining the Daily Prophet and being under the hands of the Ministry, she could work for him and write impartially. She would also earn more. So, now she was working for him, though she didn't know it yet. How are you going to punish the Ministry? Ragnar asked. Just wait a little more, I'm sure another post will be coming for me. Magnus confidently said. Soon, as expected, a letter came. It had the official seal of the Minister for Magic. Magnus immediately opened and read it. See, she is now inviting me to talk about what to do with the Gringotts and my seat in Wizengamot. But she is forgetting that there is nothing to talk about. I hold all the power. Anyway, let's eat now. No point in discussing all this, Magnus said. But Magnus noticed from the corner of his eyes that Snape had received a letter too. Who is it from, Sev? Magnus asked. It's from my mum. I told her about your offer to help her return to the Prince family. She gave me an answer. Snape said. And? What is it? Magnus inquired. She agreed. Snape's voice was shaking. He had very low hopes of getting his mother to agree as she had not divorced her husband yet, even after so much abuse. He just wanted his mother to get out of that hellhole. Also, he did not want to return to that house after spending such a wholesome time in the school. She said that my father left home and has not returned in the past 2 months, Snape revealed. Then Snape suddenly turned to Magnus and stared at him with a suspicion-filled gaze. Tell me, what did you do? Magnus acted shocked. He shrugged his shoulders. I really did not do anything. I don't even know where you live. Bam asterisk. Ragnar smacked Snape on the back of his head. Just be happy that she agreed to return to the family. By the way, Mag, how are you planning on getting the Prince family to accept her back? Snape was also interested in learning more about this. Magnus kept on eating his pancakes and replied with a snort, HMPH, easy peasy, they are a pure-blood slightly racist family. I'm going to strong-arm them to accept your mother into the family. Don't forget, their accounts are still sealed. I will give them the conditions that if they want to unfreeze their accounts then they need to accept your mother. In fact, because Sev and his mother are the last of the Prince family except for the old Mr. and Mrs. Prince, I'm going to add the clause that everything of the family will be owned by Sev once they are dead. Forgive me, Sev, but I don't trust your mother with the huge amount of money that the Prince family has. She has made so many bad decisions in her life that it's now time for her to just calm down and relax. Snape nodded, not taking any offense. He was not a person to run on feelings. Yes, he loved his mother, but that didn't mean he had blind faith in her. He had seen her making bad choices one after another. Snape folded the letter back and looked at Magnus with confused eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone do so much for a person they aren't even related to. The bride and groom may kiss now. Ragnar suddenly spoke. ****. Magnus choked on pancakes. Not because of what Ragnar said but because of what Bobby had once said when he had made him promise to keep his magic abilities always a secret. Until death do us apart. Magnus chuckled remembering that. I wonder what he's doing right now. I've already sent him £100,000. 1.4 million in today's market. He wondered. London. ****. Damn, that was one crazy sneeze. A boy remarked. Bobby cleaned his nose. Yeah, it's probably an allergy. Anyway, let's start assembling the machine, Mark. My friend was gracious enough to lend me the money. We have to make this company a success. Who is your rich friend? You're only 11 after all. Mark questioned. He was an 11th grader but he was 14 years old. /N, I know. They don't use the word grade in the UK. But it is easier to understand so I'm using it. Hey, I can't tell you that. He wanted to remain anonymous. We will only deal with his lawyer. Just call him Mr. M. Bobby said. Bobby had a team of 20 kids. All of them were older than him, but he was the leader as he had the biggest brain. Linda, a 12-year-old 10th grader, spoke. Mr. M. Is he a masochist? ****. Bobby facepalmed himself. No, Linda. He's not. I think. So there is a probability that he is. Timmy asked. He was a 12th grader. He was second only to Bobby because Timmy was 14 years old. Bobby shrugged. Everyone has a probability of being an M. It's just a matter of when you will find that kink. Okay, enough chit-chat. We got a computer to assemble. Let's do IT. Bobby was pumped. London, Magnus home. I'm thinking of quitting my job. It's just too much now. It's as if I'm the only doctor in my department. Something is going on. I'm very sure by the behavior of my superiors that I'm being targeted. Grace said. Adam sighed. He looked thinner now, due to having to travel 8 hours every day to get to work. You know what, I'm quitting too. I've had it enough. Transferring me didn't make sense at all and the reason they gave me was so obviously made up. We can find better jobs in the private sector too. Adam resolutely replied. Okay, I will start the procedure for voluntary retirement. Grace decided. The two decided to do it because they knew that if they stayed on this job then their health would suffer. Magnus will be coming for the Christmas holidays soon. Let's try to find jobs before that. Adam noted. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Racamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 blessing from the Lord Gorilla Summer. Effect: good luck with your crush. Now, she will not leave your texts unread for the next 1 week. Good luck. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 69. Just business. 2 days later, Magnus arrived at the ministry with Dumbledore. He really hated the fact that he couldn't go anywhere without a guardian and Dumbledore had claimed to be one. He could have asked Slughorn as he was the head of the Slytherin house too, but the man didn't have as many connections as Dumbledore. He was also not the serious kind and it was not good to take him along. They arrived at level 1 Minister for Magic and Support Staff. This is the Minister's office. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Dumbledore asked him. Magnus rolled his eyes. She's not going to eat me. And it should be her, who should be afraid of me, not the other way. Ignoring him, he knocked on the door and entered. The minister was waiting for him already as she sat on the visitor's sofa. Welcome, Mr. Pendragon. She stood up and greeted him with a smile of a politician. Magnus looked around at the office. It was very big and had lots of portraits. But, surprisingly, none of them were moving portraits, most likely to keep privacy. The tone of the room was greyish, a bit depressing to be honest. He took a seat and looked at her. Although he was tall for his age, he was still not taller than adults. But, he did not get intimidated by anyone. Good afternoon, Minister. Pleasure seeing you. Last I saw you, you were there to witness my inheritance test. Now, I'm meeting here to stop you from taking my inheritance away. Things change so fast ****. Magnus said, making the minister feel awkward. I had no power to stop it. Wizengamot decided on it with a majority vote. Even if I had objected, things would not have changed. Also, as the minister, to maintain support I need to support the majority, she argued. Well, I did not get to vote. Where is my seat at Wizengamot? As the last remaining descendant of Merlin. You don't believe me. Look at this document. This is the Declaration of Formation. If anything, the Wizengamot committed a crime by coming after my property. Magnus scornfully said. Eugenia looked at the old-looking paper. It had English written in a very old style, but she could still read it easily. ****. She sighed, internally accepting that the whole mess was caused by them. If they had not gone after his money, then maybe Abraxas Malfoy would have not died. What can we do to correct the mistakes? She asked. Magnus straightened his back. He was waiting for this moment from the start. There are a few things that you can do. First, sign these documents. All members of Wizengamot will have to do the same. He handed a paper. Eugenia read it slowly. The more she read, the higher her brows rose. The paper said that after getting their vaults back, they will not try to move them or empty them. They will use it as they were. The Gringotts will be getting a lease of 100 years, so Magnus will have no power over it, which was obviously false. He was graciously given such power on the necks of so many dark wizards. How can he just let it go? Gringotts will never make their lease agreement public, and that is where the true magic was. Why, this absurd a condition? She exclaimed. Because I know most pure-blood families are scared of me now and they will try to move their vaults to somewhere else. Gringotts can't go out of business now, right? He explained. Fine, what other conditions do you have? She inquired, just wanting to know more before accepting it all. The ministry must declare Voldemort a terrorist. Then start a bounty program. Anybody who brings in a recognized Death Eater will get a reward of 50,000 galleons. I'll pay for it, he demanded. This demand was much crazier than the last one. Eugenia shook her head. As much as I want it to happen, they won't let me. Maybe I can get Voldemort to be recognized as a terrorist, but the bounty, it's impossible to happen. Then I guess I will just take whatever is in those tens of vaults. Wizengamot is so weak that it cannot even condemn a Dark Lord and his terrorists. Merlin would not have made it if he had known this would happen someday. Magnus indirectly threatened. He was just trying to strong-arm them in the name of Merlin at this point. Although he hated being compared to him, it was also true that Merlin's name had more pull even now than any pure blood or even Dumbledore. Fine. I will try it. Is this it? She asked. Of course not. Now, I want my seat at Wizengamot and 1 million galleons as compensation. Magnus demanded. What? This is not possible, Mr. Pendragon. This is the money of the people, she argued. Magnus sneered at this remark of her. Don't try to fool me. I know how much tax you get from the magical community. All the tax you get is from non-pure blood families, which is not even enough to pay the salaries of the employees of the ministry. The real money you make is from the rent from ministry-owned shops in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley and the protection money you take from other shops. Seriously? Protection money? Is this the ministry or a gang of goons? Then, the rest of the money comes from the donations given by the pure-blood families, who use the ministry later because of their donations to do bad deeds or to get away from something bad they did, while in reality, their donations should have been taxes in the first place. Eugenia gritted her teeth after hearing this. All of it was true, but how could she change things just like that? This had been going on for hundreds of years. It was a part of their tradition. So what do you propose? If you have so much contempt for the system, you must have answers too. She asked mockingly. Sure, I do have a solution. But, I'm just an 11-year-old kid. I can't tell the ministry what to do. Just agree to my condition and I'll be on my way back, he said shruggingly. Eugenia's eyes twitched. After he had said so much, now he realizes he's a kid. Fine, the next Wizengamot will be held soon. Your seat is nearly guaranteed. However, I can't say anything about your other conditions. You must convince them on your own, she informed him. Magnus nodded and got up to go back. But he paused midway and looked back. Minister, don't think I have any animosity with you. I know you are trying your best, but you can't fight an enemy who's already in your house and is stronger than you. I too want a peaceful world. Nobody likes to have an assassination attempt on oneself in the middle of the day in a market. Nobody likes when someone tries to steal what is rightfully theirs. I just want to be left alone. I just want to study, graduate, and go back to my lovely family. I don't care about any of you. But, if they try to come after me, I can't just present myself on a golden platter. So, I hope you will understand. Take care. He left after saying that much. But, guilt appeared in Eugenia's mind. She herself had a son. Not as young but still. She remembered that Magnus, although talks like a grown-up, is still a kid, who just faced an attack on his life. If it was anybody else, they would have run away from Hogwarts, back to their parents' comfort, but Magnus was still trying to hold on and he was doing it very masterfully. Tilda, what have I become? Seriously, letting people bully a child. And not just any child but Merlin's descendant, the heir to the British throne. If anything, the ministry should protect him like the greatest treasure. But the ministry itself is the transgressor. I can just wish him luck. Tilda. Stay safe, kid. She muttered at Magnus leaving her office. Magnus came out of the office. Dumbledore was waiting for him. How was it? Dumbledore asked. Can't you guess? Magic replied. Dumbledore stroked his beard. From my personal experience of years. It must have gone neither pleasing nor displeasing. Wonderful, you just guessed the obvious. Magnus sarcastically said and then continued. I will be present in the next Wizengamot meeting though. Dumbledore nodded. You do deserve a seat but they will object for a child to be there. They should have objected to themselves when they decided to take control of my vaults on my own property. Magnus snarled back. True, I voted against it back then but was outvoted. Let's go back now. I have a lot of work at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said. Magnus looked at him in a questioning gaze. What do you even do? You don't even teach, so what keeps you busy? Managing a 1,000-year-old castle is not easy, Magnus. Dumbledore defended his work with enthusiasm. But magic runs the castle, not you. We don't even have cleaners or cooks, due to unpaid slave elves we have. Magnus countered. House elves refuse to get paid, they are not slaves, Dumbledore reminded him. Yes, whatever lets you sleep at night, and of course they will refuse. They've been bred for generations to be submissive. If you want to change it, you'll need generations of work too. But at least, in Hogwarts, they don't get beaten up. Oh, by the way, Professor. Do you want to invest in the Muggle business? I've got the perfect opportunity for you to make millions. Magnus offers. Dumbledore stopped and looked at his serious face, which looked like one belonging to an old capitalist fox. Why would you do that? Magnus shrugged his shoulders and replied in a serious tone, this is just business. You can see Ministry on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 69, boys. The godly number may bring you God's blessings. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 70, 70. Adventures of King Arthur. The ministry sent letters to all concerned pure-blood families and those part of Wisangamo. It had a copy of Merlin's creation of Wisangamo paper and also Magnus' condition that they must sign to get their vaults back. There were a lot of angry reactions, but they could not afford to make Magnus angry either as he held their money. But, now they had to keep their money hostage to even have the right to use it. It was unacceptable, but what could they do? Though they felt happy that there would be a Wisangamo meeting soon and they would get to talk face to face. They hoped to get a response by then. After all, it was just kid versus so many sharp-minded pure-blood adults. Hogwarts. Magnus went back to being busy with Quidditch. Things were going normal now as he reduced interacting with Lucius, or it was the other way around. In the school as well, some kids from pure-blood families had started to stay away from him. Magnus felt that he would soon need to do something to bring these kids to his side. After all, he could not influence their parents, but he could stop them from turning to the dark side. Meanwhile, Ragnar and Snape kept themselves busy in their creation of new potions so they could get rich. Ragnar also started to dabble into runes with Magnus, and Merlin was helping them, although only Magnus could hear Merlin in the portrait. Duck, Chad and Summer still played around in the room. Duck had now grown bigger than Chad and it was getting tougher to keep him a secret. But thankfully, the Christmas holidays were coming soon. Arthur, though, had been jumping around in various portraits and exploring the castles. His favorite pastime was to annoy the hell out of some teachers by asking stupid questions about the magical world. The teachers also could only suck it up out of respect, but they internally cursed him. Today, it was Dumbledore's turn to get annoyed, or enlightened. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in a very important meeting with the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet. Man was 335 years old and was one of the oldest wizards alive. It was during his time that Grindelwald rose to power and the Chamber of Secrets was opened. In his position, he was responsible for the employment of Horace Slughorn, Albus Dumbledore, Herbert Beery, Selvinus Kettleburn and possibly Galatea Merithout as teachers at Hogwarts. It is also known that he was responsible for hiring Minerva McGonagall, having offered her a job in the Transfiguration Department, under head of department, Albus Dumbledore. You are right, Albus, who would have thought? The sweet boy I knew was a snake in hiding. Dippet showed his sorrow. That is why I asked you to come here. If there is anything you can remember, that can help us bring him down before it gets too big. Dumbledore asked. Dippet shook his head. I can't think of anything. He did ask me what would happen if the attack during the opening of the Chamber of Secrets continues. I told him that the school would have to be closed. Surprisingly, the attack stopped after that, but nobody questioned that bright student back then. Poor Hagrid was so wronged. What in the Merlin's beard? Who are you? Suddenly a loud shout came from one of the portraits. Dumbledore and Dippet turned to look at the origin. It turned out to be the portrait of old and grumpy, fine as Nigellus Black, the headmaster before Dippet. Looking closely, they saw another figure in the ex-headmaster's portrait. It was a tall man, a blue-eyed blonde man in leather armor, with a sheathed great sword. Dumbledore didn't recognize the man as he was seeing him for the first time. Bow to your king, mumbo-jumbo doors. I am the one and only, the best, the most handsome, King Arthur Pendragon. Arthur introduced himself. Ha, you are not my king. Go away, mudblood. Phineas Nigellus Black barked at him. *SSSHHHH*. Arthur unscathed his long sword in a swift motion and held it in his two hands. He looked at the old form of Nigellus Black with narrow eyes. You sex dungeon dweller, this mudblood's mighty sword is getting an urge to stab someone's gut. I wonder who will be its new victim. Yes, that was your cue to shut up. You can't use your magic, but I can surely use my sword, and I know for a fact that you wizards are weak when it comes to hand manly fights. I've tamed and hunted berserk dragons with my bare hands. What are you compared to those mighty divine beasts? It did the magic, and Phineas Nigellus Black shut up in fear. Then Arthur turned to Dumbledore. So, are you the owner of this fine establishment? I'm not the owner, just an administrator who runs it. Dumbledore clarified. Doesn't make you any less guilty of running a sex dungeon. What do you even do here? Arthur asked. Dumbledore started having flashbacks of conversation with Magnus. It was fresh in his memories, as it somewhat hurt his pride. I manage the money and make sure kids are happy and are not under any kind of risk. Dumbledore answered, not expecting any kind of rude comment for this. But, Arthur was Arthur, so you are like the jesters and eunuchs of my court. Do not worry, I don't judge people on the basis of their profession. Dumbledore choked on his lemon tea. What? No. I am the headmaster of this school. Ah, the head eunuch then, Arthur interjected. Dumbledore face-palmed himself and did not say anything. Meanwhile, Dippet and many other portraits of previous headmasters were laughing. Arthur also chuckled, ha ha. I was just messing with you. I know what you do. Dumbledore took a sigh of relief. That was a very convincing act then. Arthur nodded. Of course, you develop such skills when you are king. I had even fooled Merlin many times when I didn't want to attend the court and instead desired to court some women, if you know what I mean, he. Ah, now that you are here, Your Majesty, can you tell us how you defeated Morgan Le Fay? Dippet asked to change the topic. Dumbledore hopefully looked forward to an answer. Arthur puffed out his chest. It was simple. I went ahead with Merlin, got her used up on her magic, then I went straight in front of my bitch half-sister's face. Ah, did I use bitch? Mind my language, it was meant to be witch. Anyway, I went in front of my bitch half-sister's face, looked her in the eye and said, you can't be related to my blood. I don't go around sacrificing people in the name of rituals. As the king of these lands, I have a duty and the right to judge you, and your punishment is death. Death. Then bam. I kicked her onto a boulder and slid my Excalibur through her heart while Merlin supplied me magic for greater strength. She died while screeching, but, who would have known, she had decided not to die alone. Anyway, dealing with her was easy for the two of us. If it was just one of us, then maybe we wouldn't be talking right now. But, Merlin did say that there was nothing to fear, as there were wizards in the world that were millennia old, living in secluded parts of the worlds. If we would have lost and my bitch sister had continued expanding towards the rest of the world, then she would have died a much more painful death. Dippet, Dumbledore and the headmasters in the portraits had their eyes shot open in shock. Dumbledore asked the question immediately, who are these wizards you are talking about? Arthur shrugged his shoulder, I don't know. Nobody knows. They live secretly and just don't care about what goes on in the world. I'm sure some of them are still alive. I and Merlin had once met one at Stonehenge. The man was so old yet had a muscular body, only his white hair and white beard gave his age away. Other than this, he laughed too much. He told us that he had built the place as a ritual site. Mind you, he was not talking about any dark rituals. But, when we arrived there, he was actually there to destroy it, as he feared the world was getting darker and wizards would misuse it. We were the last users of it, though he only let us use it when we called him Grandpa. He probably had some strange fetishes. Anyway, I'm going away now. It's too boring to talk to you old foxes. I'll find my old pal, Sir Cadogan, and talk about the golden days. With that, he turned back to Nigellus Black. You behave, or you will find my sword itching for some action, HMPH. He left as he had come. Dumbledore and Dippet looked at each other's faces. Dippet sighed and spoke. We were naive. We were ignorant, to see how scary the world truly is out there. Dumbledore nodded. True. But we can expect these old wizards to never come out if they haven't till now. Yes, we can only expect it, Dippet muttered. On Magnus' side, he had no concern about anything as the first official Quidditch match had come. Slytherin vs Gryffindor. The bet made by Magnus had circulated all around the school, making it a heated topic. There was even a small column in the Daily Prophet about it. Magnus stood in the tunnel leading to the Quidditch field. Gryffindor's team was on his right. He looked at James. Get ready to run around the castle in little panties. Magnus mocked. James' body shivered just thinking about it. But he was a Gryffindor. Not gonna happen. You worry about yourself. Keep the money ready to buy new brooms for my team, and yes, run around in underwear. Ha ha, wanna increase the stakes of the bet? Magnus asked. Whistle asterisk. James started whistling to not hear him anymore. Magnus shook his head and chuckled. Tilda home. I guess people are getting scared of betting with me. Gotta lose once or twice. He thought and walked towards the open field. It was going to be a wild match. You can see Armando Dippet and Finer's Nigellus Black on my Discord, https://discord.gg/DGHKRN, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 date with a hot and sexy lady gorilla. She will pay the bill. Good luck. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 71. Magnus Trick. Magnus walked out to the open field in his Slytherin gear and his Nimbus 1500 broom. Actually, everyone in his team had it because most of them were rich compared to the Gryffindor team where only 4 kids had Nimbus 1500 brooms. You better catch the snitch, a 7th year teammate barked at Magnus. Sure, you better keep on scoring points. Magnus talked back. Enough. Focus on the game. Lucius voiced up. Everyone quieted down after this. Both teams lined up on the field. Madam Hooch came and stood between them with the suitcase ready. The audience seats were filled to the brim and loud noises were coming from them. A fifth year was using sonorous charm to give commentary. Get ready. I will count to 3 and sound the whistle. That will be the start of the match. The quaffle will be thrown in the air soon after and bludgers and the golden snitch will be released later. On the brooms now. Remember, I will disqualify anyone using unfair means to cheat and win. Good luck. Madam Hooch gave instructions. All players got on their broom and waited for the whistle to sound. Magnus turned to his side to look at Emma. She had somehow won a seat in the first line by giving a discount for the new brooms, perks of being the daughter of Nimbus Broom Company owner. You know what to do, right? He asked. She nodded seriously. Gone was the mysterious smile, it was her favorite sport after all. She always said that if she wants to inherit her dad's company, then she must understand the veins of a broom and what makes it great. What better way than Quidditch? You can count on me, Magnus. She showed a thumbs up. 1. 2. All the best. Lucius smugly said to Gryffindor captain. Sorry for your loss, Malfoy. But we won't show you any pity. Before it could heat up more, Madam Hooch started the game. 3. Asterisk whistle asterisk. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Everyone except Magnus flew away, the game was on and Gryffindor had the first ball. But Magnus and James were waiting for the golden snitch to rise up. Soon, like a small hummingbird, it hovered in front of their eyes for a split second, making noise with its metal wings. That was their cue and they zoomed after it. As practiced, Magnus was slightly faster, but James was a player to challenge too. His broom control was godly and his reaction speed was also inhuman. Some people are born differently. Magnus thought. Ha ha, just the speed won't help you win, Magnus. You gotta maneuver and safeguard yourself. This is not a race, but a game of chess. Make your move now. James taunted him. Magnus chuckled, don't assume what my abilities are, James. I didn't show them all in the practice sessions. In fact, if everything goes well, I won't have to use it. I have a special pair of underwear made for you to wear today. I can't wait to see you running around in it. A deep fear instilled in James' head. What has he planned now, He regretted making that bet. It was eating up a lot more of his mental abilities than it should. I need to focus on the game, damn it. And clear that smug smile off his face. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. A bludger passed by Magnus. He noticed it came from Gryffindor's side. They were being very aggressive at the moment. Soon, the announcement came. And the first goal goes to Gryffindor. With this, they have 10 points lead. Can the Slytherin counter? Let's see. Magnus glimpsed at what his team was doing. They had better brooms but were still finding it hard to compete. Soon, he saw the problem. They didn't train on new brooms. Asterisk sigh asterisk I guess it's all up to me then. He felt. He picked his speed and tried to actively chase the golden snitch. Down. A sudden voice came and he ducked down without decreasing his speech. Asterisk zoom asterisk. A violent bludger just brushed off his hair. James was right behind him so he saw everything. He easily dodged it but now he had a wide smile on his face. So this is how you will play. You got your girl to assist," he muttered. Not knowing Magnus also had a smirk, knowing exactly what James was thinking. Left. The next time Emma's voice came, Magnus and James both went a little left. The bludger passed by them, and this time, James didn't have to slow down either. Up. James was ready. As soon as he heard it, he noticed Magnus move, so he did the same. Bastard! He suddenly cursed as he saw Magnus doing a fake and going back to the original place. Instead, he lost the lead this time because the bludger came from his left at him and he had to save himself. Ha ha! How was it, James? Magnus' mocking voice came from ahead. James gritted his teeth. Down. Magnus this time did as she shouted and saved himself, while James didn't and stayed vigilante, still losing some speed though. They circled around the seating towers, went up and around the field. Left. Magnus made a feint this time. James was already not following him anymore, so he was safe too. Round. This time, a different shout came. Magnus immediately changed his seating position and hung down as if a koala on a branch. The bludger hit James this time, but it was just his shoulder. James smirked, "So this is your game. I found the pattern now. 1 true and 1 false. It's so easy." It was the excitement and adrenaline that made him make such decisions. So, he decided to focus on these shouts again. Soon, the next 2 warnings came. They were as he had expected. 1 false and 1 true. Down. As soon as the shout came, Magnus dived down. James did not, thinking it was going to be false. Asterisk boom asterisk. Just then, all of a sudden, James felt a powerful knock on his broom from behind him. It was a freaking bludger. It destroyed the tail of the broom, limiting his speed. "Why? I guessed your pattern," he complained. Magnus' shouting answer came, "You guessed it wrong." James saw the humiliating bet turning true against him now. It was now the honor of the Potter family on the line. He had to win it at all costs. Meanwhile, Magnus was very close to winning. His technique had worked wonders. It was simple, Emma was to add each number of warnings. If that addition was a prime number, then it would be a false warning, if it was a composite number then a true warning. James' guesses were okay until the number 9 came. Which, leaving the previous order, was not a prime number. However, Magnus had found something strange in this game. Many times, the bludger of his own team would pass close by him, nearly knocking up down. This shouldn't happen as only beaters could give them direction. I guess snakes in the house have started showing their fangs. He thought to himself and stayed more vigilant. He flew after the golden snitch. It was very fast, but he had experienced it many times before. James meanwhile was having problems chasing after Magnus. The distance between them was growing wider and wider. He looked at one of the beaters and shouted, "Give me your broom." So, he exchanged the broom with another team member and was now back in the race. But his headache was not going to end as Emma was still helping him. He just decided to ignore all the warnings, but it was still annoying and focus diverting. He came close to Magnus and tried to divert his attention. "Ha ha. I'm back, Magnus. I'm not gonna lose today." Magnus smirked, "Heh, the game is already at the end. You're too late." Magnus adjusted himself to be more streamlined and increased his speed a little. The golden snitch was right in front of his eyes. He inched closer by every second. James stared at him. With every inch Magnus got closer to the golden snitch, his heartbeat increased. Tilda, I can't lose. Not today, Tilda, he told himself, but what could he do? Magnus was now at arm's length of the golden snitch. He extended it to grab it. The golden snitch was very slippery as it tried to change direction every second, but Magnus was fixated on it. The normal score right now was 40-50 with Slytherin losing. It was shameful that they were losing with better brooms. Now all eyes were on Magnus as he was about to end the game. Come here now. Let's end this. Magnus called for the golden snitch as if it was a baby. 5 centimeters. 3 centimeters. 1 centimeter. Asterisk boom asterisk. All of a sudden, a loud noise came. It was not from Magnus. Magnus instinctively looked for the sources, as did all others. He then noticed Emma. Her broom was now in 2 pieces as she was falling from the air. It would break lots of bones if she fell from there, as she was in extra height in order to give Magnus the right warnings. Magnus then saw where the bludger came from, and it was none other than from his own team. Damn it! He cursed and used his secret move. He'd rather not have his spotter injured today. Here goes nothing. He muttered to himself and threw away his shoes. In Quidditch matches, keeping a wand was allowed. But it was not allowed to use it on opponents' brooms, bludger, quaffle and golden snitch. But the magic was still allowed. Magnus took a long breath and channeled his internal body heat towards his legs. They started getting red within seconds. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. All of a sudden, deep red flames came out of the lower side of his feet. He shifted them for maximum acceleration and turned to catch falling Emma. He zoomed past all the players who were watching her fall. Madam Hooch did the same. This was the game of Quidditch, there was no guarantee of life in it. At the very least, Emma was still holding on to her brooms and it had slightly slowed her fall. Though the speed was increasing. Hold on. Emma! He shouted. Emma was nervous and scared. She even forgot to scream. She couldn't see Magnus as he was behind her. But hearing him, she felt a ray of hope. What do you think I'm doing? I'm holding on for my life. She shouted back. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to asterisk Douglas Flower asterisk asterisk Umar Latif asterisk asterisk Julian Ricamera asterisk asterisk Darian Steely asterisk asterisk Franklin Wally asterisk. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 72, 72. James' self-respect. Magnus was faster than any broom ever made or maybe will ever be made. He zoomed towards her. The audience gasped seeing the scene. Hawes mah hands. He called out. I can't see you. And why are you talking like this? She shouted back. Magnus gritted his teeth and increased his speed. She was close to hitting the ground. She closed her eyes, waiting for the pain to come on the impact. The broken broom had lost all its life by now and she was falling at full speed. Got the She heard Magnus's voice and felt something grabbed onto her wrist. She opened her eyes again and saw Magnus holding her with one hand. His blonde hair fluttered over her face as he looked at her with his now red eyes. She looked at his furrowed face, but the next moment, she started laughing. Ha 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 ha. You are a crazy boy. Magnus shook his head. She was still hanging in midair and had the audacity to laugh at him. But she did not laugh due to him coming to save her, but because of what he did before that. Right now, in between Magnus's teeth was the golden snitch, stuck and flapping its wings trying to get free. Although he wanted to save Emma, he still didn't want to lose the match. In fact, everyone was confused about what happened to the golden snitch as nobody saw it after Magnus headed towards Emma. Magnus slowly lowered his broom and arrived at the ground. He lowered Emma to the ground and then dismounted himself as well. Then, to put an end to the game, he took the golden snitch held between his jaws and showed it to everyone with his hands. He raised it in the air and within that instant, a loud whistle came, signifying the end of the match. Magnus has caught the golden snitch. Slytherin won. The commentator announced and lots of students cheered. In all honesty, Magnus was more liked in other houses than in Slytherin. Magnus though was not happy at all. He looked at the senior Slytherin players in the air, who were responsible for what had happened right now. They most likely targeted her. Fine, I will play by your dirty rules then. He decided and looked at Emma. You okay? He asked. Yup, tease but a scratch. She replied exactly how once Magnus did. He, get up then. We won. He cheered. Then his eyes fell on the sad form of James. Get ready to face the consequences. James shivered hearing him and looked away, though he knew he could not get away from this. After all, he cannot run away from school. Magnus waved his hand towards the audience, showing the golden snitch. It was his first win and he was also happy. Eventually, the crowd dispersed and the celebrations started in the Slytherin common room. Magnus did not say anything to Lucius as talking to him would be dragging himself down. Now it was time to answer in the same tone. It was them, wasn't it? Ragnar scowled at the Slytherin gang. Yup, it was they who threw it. Magnus nodded. Then we should start planning for a good payback, Snape said. Magnus and Ragnar looked at Snape in shock. Magnus asked, am I hearing correctly? Sev want to take the first step. Snape scoffed, they are actively trying to physically harm us now. We cannot sit silent. Ragnar nodded, true, true. Let's add some poison to their food. What? We don't want to kill them, Ragnar. Magnus objected. No, I was not talking about mortally wounding poison. Like, some voice changing, slug vomiting, hair change, balding potions. Ragnar clarified. Cool, start brewing it then. Anyway, you got the special underwear for James ready? Magnus asked. Ragnar smiled evilly, yes I do. I chose an extra small one and the special print you asked for on it is also clearly made. Magnus smiled, it's going to be fun. Let's go to Gryffindor's common room. Hey, take me too. I helped you win after all. Emma came running to them. Sure, you can join us now. They are attacking you anyway. Magnus let her follow them. They arrived at the Gryffindor Tower. They did not know what the password was, so they knocked on the door. They stayed there for a while because the common rooms are big and hearing knocks inside is hard. Soon, the door was opened by a prefect. Magnus smiled. Hello, where is James? He lost the bet, now it is time to face the challenge like a true Gryffindor. The prefect chuckled and went inside to call James and his friends. After a while, James, Sirius, Remus and Peter came. Sirius laughed loudly seeing Magnus' smirking face and James' frowning face. What have you planned for James? Sirius asked. Magnus smiled, as planned while betting. He shall buy Nimbus 1500 for my whole team. Thank you for that, Emma added. Magnus continued, the next is, the main part. Running around the school in underwear. And here is your underwear. Magnus took out a small piece of cloth from his pocket and handed it to James. It was small and white for the most part. Except where the image pattern was. James started at it in horror. This was not what he imagined he would need to wear. What's with this pattern on it? Are you trying to get me expelled? James questioned. Don't worry. It's harmless. Nobody's going to expel you for such a small thing. Now, get ready, you will need to run around the school in the evening, before bedtime. Magnus told him. James took a sigh of relief, thinking that now because he had to run late at night, not many would be out to see him and his honor could remain intact for the most part. So wrong he was to think that. The whole school knew about this bet and were waiting to see James embarrass himself. So, when people finished their dinner and headed back to their common rooms, they in fact avoided going back and roamed around the castle. Magnus, Ragnar, Snape and Emma waited in the corridor leading out from the Gryffindor common room. Is he really going to do it? Emma asked in wonder. Magnus nodded, he must, or he knows he will be shamed as a proud Gryffindor. OOF. I don't have enough guts to imagine myself in his place. Ragnar felt pity for James. Look, the door opened. Snape pointed. They turned to see. Soon, a figure came out of the common room. It was James. All naked except the underwear. He was trying to hide his crotch with his hands. Ha ha! Run, boy! Magnus shouted. Soon, James cursed at him and started to run. Behind him, Sirius, Remus and Peter also followed him. Magnus and his friends did the same. After a while, James's misconception that there won't be lots of students also cleared up as he saw the corridors filled and many whistles coming his way. People pointed towards his underwear, mainly the pattern on it. It was nothing but the face of Dumbledore with an open mouth. James now just hoped that Dumbledore wouldn't see it. But, to his deepest fears, Dumbledore just came out of the Great Hall as he was passing by. He and McGonagall were taken aback by his naked form. Dumbledore's eyes fell on his own face on the underwear and he stroked his beard. Tilda, when did they take that picture, Tilda? Professor McGonagall though ran after James as the head of Gryffindor House. She could not allow such actions in the school. Mr. Potter! Stop! She shouted. James closed his eyes and kept on running. Sorry, Professor. But a Gryffindor never breaks his words. Your parents will be breaking your bones if you do not stop this instant. She replied. So be it. James said and picked up his speed. Hearing him, Magnus, Sirius and the rest rolled on the floor in laughter. Their stomachs hurt from it. That night, the castle howled in laughter. James lost a bit of his self-respect, but odds were in his favor because he was just in first year and most would soon forget about the incident. The Christmas holiday was coming soon anyway, so people would be going home. James finished his one round around the castle and quickly returned to his common room. He was sure he would get detention the next day. Magnus might get it too to be the one forcing this event to take place, but he did not care, it was time and energy well spent. Magnus returned to his room and played with his 3 pets for a while before getting back to learning runes. He was excited about it because he wanted to develop spells too. "What are you working on, Sev?" Magnus asked, seeing his friend working on some books. "A new curse. An improved version of some other spells. I call it Sectum's Emperor. But I need to work on it," Snape replied. Magnus whistled. "Whoa, I am surrounded by geniuses." Then his eyes fell on his 3 pets, and 3 blokes. As soon as they heard him, they attacked as if he was understood. They tried to climb his body. Meow. Quack. Oh. Ha ha, what is this? Attack on Magnus. All right, I'll show who's the boss. Hence, Magnus did some wrestling with the 3, making them happy. You can see the special underwear on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****, Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 limited edition Dumbledore pattern underwear. Effect: keeps the pedos away and your virginity safe. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 73. Use it. Meow. Magnus woke up to the screams of Chad. He looked and found out that he had slept using Chad as a pillow and now his head was resting on the cat's belly. Magnus chuckled and got more comfortable. "Ah, so soft. Let me sleep more, Chad." Meow. Chad showed his paw. "Okay, you'll get 3 bacon strips later." Magnus bribed him and got to enjoy 15 more minutes of comfortable sleep. For the next 2 more weeks, he was going to be busy with Quidditch. But what did he find? Slytherin team captain had now benched him. Magnus shrugged, saying it was their loss anyway. He just lazed around and had fun. Meanwhile, the Slytherin team got their ass whooped. Surprisingly, when the match with Gryffindor came, this time James played from the position of a chaser. After 2 continuous losses, the Slytherin team brought him back on board. They couldn't afford to lose for their revenge. They could deal with him any time they wanted. So Magnus went on a winning spree. He didn't just want to win, but also show how worthless his own team was. So, he would catch the golden snitch even before the first score was made by the chasers. The whole month of November was spent at Quidditch. After each win, Magnus would get an even bigger picture in some newspapers. He was getting popular and this was his main motive. Because the more famous he got, the louder his voice will be heard. His special ability to create fire from his feet was also ordered upon. Though people were just speculating on it and had no idea how he was doing it. Last match of Quidditch. It was Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff was the first to get out and Gryffindor was second because they couldn't find a good enough seeker. Magnus and Emma's duo was a hit and their teamwork was smooth. Lucius knew better than to not make the same mistake again after the last event. Magnus had also told Dumbledore about it and told him to keep an eye. Now, there was no special umbrella on Lucius and he needed to tread carefully too. It would take him some time to get the same influence as his father had once. Up, Emma shouted. Magnus ducked from the bludger and immediately caught the golden snitch. This time with his hands. The fireworks started as soon as he ended the game. This year, Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup. Emma was the most crazed at the moment. She loved Quidditch too much. Bam asterisk. A little too much because her way of showing excitement was to slam her broom on the ground like a rock star. Calm down. Everyone's watching. Magnus whispered to her. Let them. Ha ha ha. Magnus shook his head and kept quiet. He was given the Best Player of the Series award, which was nothing but a small gold medal. It was probably not even worth a gold galleon. That evening, the Great Hall was covered in green Slytherin color. At the same time, in a corner portrait, Merlin was looking at the hall dreamily. Ah, it feels so good to see Slytherin back on the path of greatness. Arthur scoffed, ha, that was such a womanly sport. I would have accepted if it was a fight with a dragon. That's what manly people do. Ugh, this is not the old times, fool. The dragons are nearly extinct anyway. Merlin said. What? Who killed them? Arthur asked in anger. Probably some madness junkies like you, Merlin replied. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. But Magnus noticed that Snape was nowhere to be found. Where is Sev? He inquired Ragnar. Ragnar was playing with Little Duck. I don't know. We were together until he went to the bathroom. We should go and make sure he is fine. Don't forget, Lucius and his gang are still in this school. Magnus reminded Ragnar. Ragnar put Duck away and got up. Let's go. He did say he was just going to piss. It has taken too long already. Quack. No, Duck, you are too small to fight right now. You need a few more good years to grow and be of help. Just play with your siblings till then. Magnus made him not follow. Soon, they arrived in front of the boys' toilet. Magnus hated Hogwarts for one reason. That was that it was too old. And it was also never renovated. So, as designed in old times, toilets were always made away from the living quarters. Even now, if one needed to lighten themselves, they'd have to go out of their common room. Wait, let me take a peek first. Magnus stopped Ragnar. As he went inside, he started hearing voices. Just tell us. Severus. How did he create flames from his feet? I really don't know. He never told it to me. Snape replied. He was currently cornered by Lucius, Avery and 3 other Slytherin boys. Magnus' face turned angry as he heard them interrogating Snape. But he did not go inside yet. He wanted to know what they were offering. So he continued to listen. Just tell us, Severus. I can get you in the inner circle of Lord Voldemort. Join us and you can get all you can ever dream of. Riches, power and resources. Anything. They tried to entice Snape. Snape then in a serious voice replied, I thought the Dark Lord hated all but purebloods. The Dark Lord values talent too, Severus, You are very blessed in potioneering. Lucius replied. Snape scoffed, Ha, so the Dark Lord is also a hypocrite. Don't tell me, he's also secretly a half-blood or a muggle-born. Magnus had enough, he chuckled and walked into the washroom. He had his 2 swords in his hands. What do we have here? A secret party. Are you all secretly putting on nail polish and lipsticks or something? Magnus asked mockingly. The 5 of them turned around. With Magnus, there was also Ragnar. But he was not holding a wand, instead 2 test tubes filled with potions. Mulciber too quickly took out his wand. I will kill you today, Merlin's bastard. Magnus scratched his 2 swords on each other, making a terrifying metallic sound. He laughed, ha ha, sure, but do you know, your wands have trace on them. So, if you did anything to anybody here, you will be caught easily. Meanwhile, I can gut you with my sword and nobody would guess a thing. Of course, they will suspect me, but nothing can prove it. He, and I can pour this skin-dissolving potion on you all and nobody will suspect a thing. How can a first-year little kid kill so many seniors? Ragnar also voiced. Mulciber too took a step back. You wouldn't do that. Magnus shook his head. I know you are a coward, why do you even try to face me? Just spend your time here in school and leave in a few years. What do you get by making me an enemy? Magnus was really interested in knowing the answer to this. Because their anger towards him was so pointless. Lucius scowled at him, because you are a mudblood. Your magic is impure. And you are a shame to the name of Merlin. You are a shame to all pure-blood wizards. Why? Because I am a living breathing example that blood doesn't matter. Magnus asked back. No, you are a living breathing example of how muggles are polluting our ranks. You should have never gotten magic. You stole it from us. Lucius argued. Magnus rolled his eyes. So you are saying, the reason why pure-blood wizards are now less and weaker is that others are stealing your magic. I didn't know magic was a pizza, whose bite anybody could take. You all disgust me. The main reason why pure-bloods are less and weaker is because of less diversity and more inbreeding. But, I know you will not believe that. You all are stuck in the same mentality as muggles were 300 years ago. They moved on and kept on advancing, you stayed and are continuing to decline. Anyway, I don't care about your lives. Sev, let's go. Snape passed them and came to Magnus. But he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Evan Rosier. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and threw it towards Evan. Use it, your breath stinks, Snape remarked and left. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 74, 74. Wizengamot. Were they following you to the toilet? Ragnar asked. I think they were, Snape affirmed. They are creeps then. Ragnar scowled. Anyway, You two should start preparing for the Christmas plans. Sev, I will be coming to your home. I will get you sorted back to the prince family. Ragnar, you can join me too. After that, we will pick my friend Bobby and go to the castle left by Merlin for me. Magnus planned. What about your kingship? Ragnar inquired. For that, I am too young. I cannot legally become the king until I'm 18. If I do now, then they will appoint another regent. Magnus explained. You seem to have everything planned. Snape praised. Magnus puffed his chest out. Of course, I don't just fall asleep like the dead horse Ragnar. I think a lot about the future and plan some things or make changes to old plans. I didn't choose this life, but now that I am in it, I will try to make the best of it. But you got that Wizengamot meeting before that. Are you sure you can get 1,000,000 galleons from them? Ragnar inquired. Don't know, but I will surely get something out of it. They tried to get me killed, they tried to take my property away. I cannot just let them off so easily. Magnus said. Be careful, we are just kids and lack experience. They are old monsters, sitting in those positions for years. They have more contacts and know more ways than us. Snape warned him in good faith. Magnus nodded. I know. I will try to be restrained as much as possible. We must get stronger at the same time. One thing is certain. In terms of brains, we three are very good. All we need to do is grow in magical powers. When the time comes, we will be the strongest people in a magical world. Round Table shall become the circle of equality. Magnus passionately said. Yup, he totally sounds like an evil villain. Ragnar suddenly commented. Magnus awkwardly shut up. Hey, I'm not evil. I'm just a simple boy who loves pancakes. Okay, let's go now, we can't leave those three chaotic beings alone for too long. Before the meeting of Wizengamot was held, another secret meeting took place. This involved the patriarchs of many pure-blood families. The only common thing among them was that all were like-minded and were a member of Wizengamot. Lord Black, are you sure you want to allow that filth to enter the Wizengamot? The Lord of the Knot family asked. The Wizengamot and the Ministry were already dirted when the likes of Dumbledore were allowed to be there and a mudblood like Narby Leech was made the minister. No, by keeping that Merlin boy inside the Wizengamot, we can keep a better eye on him. Also, we can look bad by not allowing him his so-called right. We must support the Dark Lord as efficiently as we can. And if we have to endure some mudblood filth until he cleans the world, then so be it. Lord Black said. The Lord of Greengrass family also nodded. Perfectly said, Lord Black. We must keep our friends close, but enemies closer. This was one of their normal meetings. They do this every month or so to plan their agenda. Because they all collectively donate so much money to the Ministry turns a blind eye to them. But they also knew that they could not be seen as affiliated with Voldemort, as it would make them the public enemy. As Dumbledore was also going to be present at the meeting, Magnus went with him. He had no other means of travel anyway. Be strong there, Magnus. They will try to overwhelm you or sway you to their side. Dumbledore warned him. Magnus knew this already. Why is it that every time we leave school you give me this advice? Because I am older than you and have seen more from the people you're just about to meet, Dumbledore said. Magnus chuckled. Of course, you're ancient. Soon, they arrived at the Ministry of Magic. The Wizengamot was one of the most important parts of the Ministry. The Wizengamot was Wizarding Britain's High Court of Law and Parliament. It predated the Ministry of Magic itself, dating back to the days of the medieval Wizards' Council. Its administrative headquarters were located in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, whilst the trials took place in the dungeons of the lower levels. The modern Wizangamo functioned as a combination of court and parliament, serving both as the main legislative body of the Ministry of Magic, as well as its highest tribunal. It was made up of around 50 members. Though no official document said how they were chosen, but Magnus knew that most of the members were from old magical families and that was enough to let them join. This was the reason why he was sure that he'd also get a seat. After all, nobody can deny Merlin's influence. Magnus was led to the big hall by Dumbledore. It was not the day for a trial, so the meeting was not convened in the dungeons. Instead, it was in a circular room with only the minister in the higher seat. The room was dark and covered in woodwork. There were seats and rows of tables made on the steps, so all can see what was going on in their front. In front of each seat was a small nameplate, telling each member where they were to sit. For now, Magnus was to sit in the middle. He was the only kid there and looked out of place. But, for a society of wizards that was stuck in the mentality of the Middle Ages, it shouldn't be too shocking. Slowly, the hall got filled. Everyone gave Magnus a stare as they entered. Soon, the meeting started. Today's main agenda was to hear Magnus and get the vaults of Wizangamo members back from Gringotts, indirectly Magnus. Minister Eugenia started it. I'm sure we all know why we are here. Let's vote on the first agenda quickly and move on. Those who agree to let Mr. Pendragon join us in the Wizangamo, raise your hands. Those who do not wish to allow him in the Wizangamo may now raise your hands. As expected, nobody resisted his inclusion. But the bigger bomb was supposed to fall now. Okay. The next motion here is the first to be introduced by Mr. Pendragon. A motion to declare the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, and his army of Death Eaters a terrorist organization. And that was when all of them lost their patience. What? Can we do it? We need to discuss it. So many voices started rising up. Minister Eugenia stopped them. We can debate on it. Let's hear what Mr. Pendragon has to say. Magnus coughed his throat clean. Yes, I want this to be done because my eyes are open. First of all, an attack on my life was made by these Death Eaters, yet no action was taken against them. They are killing so many wizards, even from old families, yet we have done nothing. By doing nothing, aren't we just promoting their reign of terror? How can the people trust the ministry if we keep on ignoring what is the most dangerous to them? Voldemort and his Death Eaters are nothing but a bunch of terrorists, trying to create chaos and in that chaos, reap their benefits. To stop that from happening, we must condemn them publicly, so that no lost mind gets entrapped in their schemes and joins them for some false promise of wizard utopia. Besides this, I want compensation for what happened to me at the Gringotts Bank. I nearly lost my life when it was the job of the ministry to keep the Diagon Alley safe. I want 1 million galleons and it is non-negotiable. Are you threatening us, Mr. Pendragon? The Lord of Flint family spoke loudly as others started talking loudly. Magnus shrugged his shoulders. What might I have to threaten a powerful wizard like you all? Everyone started to curse him inwardly. He was holding their vaults hostage after all. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was stroking his beard. What a wonderful comeback. Order. I will not tolerate chaos here. Eugenia slammed her hammer on the desk. Any arguments against Mr. Pendragon? She asked. The crowd remained silent, until one little hand rose up. It belonged to women in all pink. She made a light chuckled. Yes. I would like to say a few words. Yes, Miss Umbridge. Eugenia let her stand. Although Umbridge was a new member, she was not going to stop her from speaking. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. One stone equals one beautiful round stone. Effect: throw it in a random direction, it will always hit your enemies. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 75. Christmas holidays. Announcement. Prince Philip, the husband of the Queen, has passed away. He is portrayed in a negative role in this fictional work. This work of fiction is in no way meant to hurt the sentiments of any person or tarnish the image of a person. May his soul rest in peace. Magnus remembered this name. The letter he received that told him about the ministry taking over his vaults was signed by this woman. What actually made him remember her, even more, was the fact that he could not find any historical record of her family. She was in Wizengamo, so she should belong to an old powerful family, or she herself must have done something great. But there was nothing. Magnus waited for the woman to speak. He had no idea what kind of person she was. But from the various facial reactions, he could feel that she was more disliked than he was. How bad could she be, he wondered. And God decided to answer him. Yes, Mr. Pendragon, I would like to know about your inheritance. Can you provide evidence that you are really the descendant of Merlin? Forgive my impudence, but it is a great matter and we cannot just take the words of goblins, even less now as for some reason they listen to you. She asked. Magnus sighed. You just gave the answer to your own question, are you this slow to realize that? Let's try to revise what happened in the past few months. 1. I was attacked as soon as I was confirmed to be a descendant of Merlin and Arthur. 2. You all tried to take my vaults and got punished for it by Merlin's own magic. 3. The fact that goblins, who hate all humans, listen to me means I hold something they value. What could be so valuable that they would listen to me? And why would such a valuable thing be owned by me? You have answers to these, and that is the answer to your question, Magnus said. Then can you tell us how you also inherited King Arthur? For all we know, Merlin and King Arthur didn't have any children in their lifetime. Umbridge asked. Magnus folded his arms and coldly replied, that is personal information. I am ready to tell you if you don't mind telling me how you got the Wizengamo seat. I know about each member here and their history, but you are the most mysterious one. There was no mention of the Umbridge family anywhere in the records. Hearing Magnus counter, her face turned ugly. What just Magnus asked would put her on the radar of so many people who did not care about her before. She smiled creepily. It's fine. Everyone has secrets. Ugh. I hate her. Magnus thought to himself. Wasting no more time, Eugenia quickly asked everyone, any more arguments? Nobody raised their hands. 1,000,000 galleons was not a lot of money when seen as a collective amount of money from all these rich families. So, they did not protest much. In the end, Magnus got what he wanted. He got the money and also the guarantee that all their vaults will not be emptied from Gringotts. He was also not going to cause any big scenes again related to Gringotts, as it would be bad for the bank. But the last agenda, of putting a bounty on Death Eaters, was not passed. They said it would be a security risk as normal people could be mistaken for Death Eaters. They were just trying to somehow discredit his idea. Magnus did not pursue it much either, as he could issue bounty through other ways. However, they did acknowledge Voldemort as a terrorist. But just as soon as the meeting ended, Magnus had so many of them coming to him and inviting him to various parties. Sorry, I'm a Hogwarts student, I need to be in my bed by 9. I will meet you later. Magnus gave this standard reply to all and carried on. As soon as he came out of the meeting hall, he saw Moody. He was now using a fake leg to walk. How are you? Magnus asked. Trying not to lose any more of my organs that come in pairs. Moody grumpily replied. Magnus chuckled. Indeed, by now Moody had lost his eye and a leg. Good job, kid. You're moving up the ladder very smoothly. But stop creating such storms every time you do something. Moody advised. Magnus nodded. I'll be going for the Christmas holidays, so you can be sure about there not being any more news from me. Hearing this, Moody's face changed a little. Things were not going simple in Magnus' parents' life either. He was told about the sudden irregularities by the Order member keeping them safe. After investigating it a little, he learned that the royal family was targeting the Grant family. I don't think there is going to be much calmness this Christmas. He thought. See you later, Magnus said bye and went back to Hogwarts. Magnus though didn't just go directly to Hogwarts. Instead, he visited Gringotts to tell the head goblin about the agreement reached in Wizengamot. So the bank now again resumed its normal functioning. After arriving at Hogwarts, Magnus met with Snape. He handed over a piece of paper to him. Snape wide-eyed, read it completely. It was an agreement for the Prince family to take Snape and his mother back in. And only then would they get access to their vaults back. Because the Prince family was not a part of Wizengamot, Magnus had the freedom to deal with them independently. I hope they will agree to it, Snape muttered. They got no other choice. They would probably use their money to fund the Dark Lord anyway, so if it's with you, it can be safely kept. Magnus explained. Hey. What did you bring for me? Ragnar asked suddenly. I didn't go there to get presents, Ragnar. Anyway, come here, Duck, Chad and Summer. I got you 3 presents. Magnus voiced towards his 3 pets. Hey. You did bring them presents. Ragnar protested. Magnus looked at the plushy toys and showed them to Ragnar. You can take one if you want. Snape saw them act so immaturely, sighed and went back to study. London. Magnus will be coming soon. We still haven't found new jobs. Grace walked in circles in the living room. Same here. They first show so much enthusiasm to have me in their company. But the next day they so rudely deny my application. Adam said. Ding dong asterisk. The doorbell rang and Adam opened it. It was the postman. Adam took it and read it as it was from the military. Grace and Adam had both taken voluntary retirement by now, so they had no idea what this was. But when Adam read it, his brows furrowed. "What is it?" Grace asked. It says that our pensions will be put on hold due to an internal investigation." Adam read out loud. "What? That's so absurd. Couldn't they find a better reason to make us go broke?" Grace fumed in anger. Adam sighed. "I told you, someone big is after us for some reason. If this goes on, we won't be able to afford this lifestyle. When Magnus comes, we will slowly tell him about this. He's a good kid, he will understand," Grace said in a self-assuring way. Adam and Grace were so confused about why and who was targeting them and who it could be with so much influence. They tried to remember any conflict in their life, but nothing could explain what was happening. But it was not their fault, as they couldn't just know Magnus' bloodline and that the royal family was trying to make it hard for them. Though Magnus will soon be coming home, it remains to be seen how he reacts to these threats. Hogwarts. So, packing bags. Are you bringing us along? Arthur asked Magnus. Magnus nodded. Yes, you and Merlin both. HMPH, you can leave him here. He likes the walls of this castle more. Bam. Who likes the walls? Merlin arrived in his portrait suddenly. Ah ha ha ha. My friend, I was just joking. Let's go on the holidays. I've heard so much about Christmas but don't know what it really is. Arthur said. It's not much. Family gets together, have fun and exchange gifts. Magnus explained. Sounds like a good old feast night back in my days. Will there be beauties to dance and entertain me? Arthur remembered. Magnus ignored his words and went to Ragnar. He was originally going to stay in the school as he had no family. But Magnus told him to just come with him. Are you sure? Won't your family mind? Ragnar asked nervously. Why would they? Stop being an introvert all of a sudden and be cool. Magnus assured him. Ragnar sighed. He was feeling a bit nervous, honestly. For some years now, his interactions with adults were limited, so he always felt a bit weird. Now, he was to live in another person's home. I hope they will like me. You can see Umbridge on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 76, 76. Back home. Everybody got on the Hogwarts Express. Magnus shared his compartment with Sirius and his friends. What will you be doing this holiday, Sirius? Magnus asked. Probably get my ass whooped by my mother first, and then hear her scream about me being your friend. Sirius distastefully answered. Magnus chuckled. You can always come to my place if you feel like running. I don't think that will be possible. I will be kept locked in my home until the start of the next term. They will try to indoctrinate me into their ways of thinking," Sirius said. What else can you expect from Black family?" Snape commented. But Sirius did not get angry. Sure, he and his friends sometimes called Snape some names, but it was all in fun and games now because of Magnus being their middle link. "You're right, Snivellus. I hate my family," Sirius muttered. "What about you, James? What will you do?" Magnus inquired. James proudly answered, I will be going to Australia with my family. My dad's friend lives there." "Cool. I'm just gonna laze around in my home and eat tasty pancakes. I will turn Ragnar into a fine pancake enjoyer this holiday," Magnus claimed. Ragnar shuddered. I think I'll pass. I don't have my head screw loose like you. Knock knock asterisk. Anything from the lot, dears?" The food trolley lady came. Magnus had his eyes shine. "Lady, do you have pancakes?" She looked confusedly at her trolley and denied, "I'm afraid I don't." "Anything else?" Magnus was disheartened, but he cheered soon again. "Okay, today it will be my party. Give me everything." Whistle asterisk. Sirius whistled in affirmation. After that, all of them ate like hungry animals. Except for Snape though, he always tried to act with a standard, though Magnus did purposely give him a chocolate bar that he had molten with his hands. It ended up making Snape's hands a mess. Besides this, he was also secretly stuffing some food in his magically expanded suitcase inside which Summer and Duck were hiding. Chad was his official pet, so he did not have to hide him. The train reached platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station 5 in the evening. All the parents were waiting at the platform for their children. Everyone had changed their clothes to non-Hogwarts sets by then. Magnus dragged his luggage and disembarked the train. He just had to look for a few seconds and found tall Adam looking around. A big smile grew on Magnus's face as he quickly dragged his luggage towards them with one hand and Ragnar by his collar with the other hand. "Mom. Dad," he voiced. Hearing him, Grace and Adam's faces grew a smile. They looked at him coming closer. Whoosh asterisk. The next moment, Magnus found himself in a tight hug of Grace and then Adam's. Contrary to most other kids, he didn't find it embarrassing at all. In his mind, showing love to the family shouldn't be embarrassing. "Look how tall you have grown." Grace fawned over him. Magnus then got out of the hug and dragged Ragnar forward. "Meet Ragnar, he will live with us over the holidays," Magnus told his parents, and then went closer to his mother's ears and whispered. "He has no family," he revealed. Grace felt sad for Ragnar and gave him a motherly hug. "Of course, little Ragnar can stay with us." Ragnar shyly smiled after hearing that and thanked her. "Thank you, Mrs. Grant." Grace patted his head. "Just call me Auntie, no need to be formal with us." "Mum, Dad, just a second, I need to say bye to a friend." Magnus suddenly ran towards where Snape was. Snape was with his mother. Snape's mother looked like an extra depressed female adult version of Snape. She had long black hair, though her complexion looked white to the point she looked physically sick. She was thin, hunched, sour-faced and sallow. "Hello, Mrs. Snape." He greeted her. Eileen Snape, nee Prince, had nearly stopped using her magic entirely since she married her husband, even more so after he found out she was a witch. She was not a beautiful woman, and in her years in Hogwarts, she was constantly bullied for her bad looks. So, after graduation, when a Muggle actually showed interest in her that she had never felt before, she immediately fell in love. But she never told him that she was a witch. Although the starting months of her marriage were happy, everything went to waste once she made the mistake of telling her husband about her magical side. Since then, her husband hated her and blamed her for all misfortunes that would fall on him. Eventually, he turned into a drunkard and abusive towards her. She loved her son initially, but soon, due to constant abuse from her husband, she started to ignore Snape too. She was alone in this as her family had disowned her. She had no good skill to help her earn money in the magical world either. Hence, poverty was her only way of life. Her days went on worrying about the future and her nights went on dreaming about the dark possible future. That was until she got a letter from Snape about returning to the Prince family. Until then, she had no idea what was going on in the magical world. After that, she bought a few newspapers and finally found out about the storms going on there. About the Dark Lord, the Death Eaters, and of course, the descendant of Merlin and the heir to the British throne. "Hello, Mr. Pendragon," she greeted him. "Ha ha, just call me Magnus. Anyway, Sev, I will come to your place in a few days," he said. He was just indirectly telling Mrs. Snape about it. Snape just nodded towards him and left with his family. After that, Magnus returned to his parents and left for home in their car. "Oh, I missed you, Chad." Grace caressed the black cat sitting on her lap. "Meow. Mum, Dad, how are you two? How's work?" Magnus asked. Grace and Adam's faces turned serious for a split second, but they soon brought back a smile. They thought Magnus did not notice it, but he saw it in the rearview mirror. "Tilda, what happened, Tilda?" he wondered. "Everything is fine, sweetie. You tell us about your school. How was your semester?" They changed the topic. "It was so much fun. I even participated in a sports tournament and won. I am also very good at my studies. How is Bobby, by the way?" he asked. "Oh, Bobby is very busy with his schools these days. His mother told me that he comes home late due to extracurricular activities." Grace answered. Tilda had, "So running a company is an extracurricular activity for him now, Tilda." Magnus chuckled internally. After half an hour of the car ride, they reached home. Magnus was going to share his room with Ragnar. "Sweetie, dinner will be ready in 2 hours, take a bath and freshen up," Grace told him. Magnus nodded and dragged Ragnar and his luggage upstairs. But once he was gone, Grace let out a long breath. "Ha! I felt suffocating when he asked about our work. How will we tell him?" she asked Adam. "I think you are making it too big of a deal," Grace. Adam said. "No, I am not. Do you not understand the problem we are in? If we do not find a good job, then we won't have enough money to buy Magnus the things he wants. What if he has to buy something expensive for his school?" she asked. Adam had to agree, this could be a problem in the future. "We will tell him then," Adam decided. Grace agreed, but with a condition. "Yes, but we will not tell him about someone targeting us." Magnus and Ragnar were actually hidden just a few steps up the stairs. He wanted to hear what the hell was going on in his family. "Did your parents lose their jobs?" Ragnar asked confusedly. Magnus shook his head. "I don't know. But we will soon find out. But I guess I also need to tell them about my bloodline." Ragnar nodded. you are probably the richest wizard in existence, so them worrying about money is really unnecessary. But, who targeting them? Magnus did not reply. He was deep in thoughts and also a bit angry. He had a feeling that all this was related to him and he was the cause of uneasiness in his parents' life. He felt bad about it. Whomever it is, I will not let them calmly sleep for the rest of their lives now. Magnus expressionlessly replied and went upstairs to his room to unpack his stuff and also let Duck and Summer out. Ragnar shuddered. Remind me of never standing against you. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 super strong ultra pro max super golden banana. Effect, 1 revive if you die. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 77. Commies. Magnus took out the invisible portrait of Arthur from his case and hung it on the wall. Merlin was looking at his room for the first time. Then, Magnus took out Summer and Duck out of his other luggage. The two were sleeping inside calmly after eating food to their heart's content. He put them on the bed and let them sleep while he went downstairs to eat dinner. Do you want me to come too? Ragnar asked. Why not? Even if we talk about what is going on, there is no point in hiding, as you will eventually know. Come now, I am starving. Magnus said. Downstairs, the dinner table was set. Grace had cooked a big meal for them. Although they had lost the job, they had enough savings to enjoy their life for a few months. Whoa, this looks tasty. But I want pancakes tomorrow morning. It's been so long since I ate them. Magnus said. Ragnar looked at him in confusion. You just ate them this morning for breakfast. ****. They were not made by my mummy. So, they don't count. Magnus clarified. Grace chuckled. He, I hope you are not just eating pancakes there. Eating too much won't be good for your health. Yes, let's eat now. Magnus sweated a little. At the dinner, Magnus waited for his parents to discuss what was happening in their life. But they kept silent about it. Maybe they didn't want to talk about it on the first day he had arrived. Dad, where did you invest the money I gave you back when I saved it from all the interviews? He asked. Adam proudly replied, I invested it all in a fruit company, though its founder said he will register the company later. Do you know the man? Magnus inquired. No, it was the first time I met him at the convention. But he seemed very convincing, talking about the future of technology. Adam replied. What was his name? Grace asked, as even she didn't know this. If I remember it right. It was something with Jobs as a surname. It's a strange surname, so I remembered it. I got the document with me. He said he'd give me a share in his new company. Adam explained. Magnus shrugged. We'll see what this Jobs man does in the future. Dad, will you teach me how to handle guns? No. Absolutely not. What if you injure yourself by mistake? It can be life-threatening. Grace immediately denied it. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Ragnar started coughing. Grace gave him a glass of water. You okay, sweetie? Yes. Asterisk cough asterisk yes. I'm good. Ragnar said. Tilda, this guy fought murderers and won. If anybody is in danger then it's his enemies. Tilda Ragnar though internally. Magnus wanted to protest this ban but he saw his dad winking towards him so he stopped. By the way, Mummy, I got a pet owl too. She's sleeping in my room. You can play with her later. Magnus revealed. Really? Aren't they dangerous? She asked. Magnus chuckled. Ha ha, no. She is far from dangerous. She is the sweetest owl I've met to date. The poor girl was bullied and injured by some bad kids. I saved her. You did well then. I will go and check up on her later. Ah. It's bedtime. You two should go and rest. You can go to meet Bobby tomorrow. Grace advised him. Magnus also felt tired so he went to his room. Once inside, Ragnar asked. I thought you were going to tell them about yourself. I was, but I want them to tell me about their problem first. If it is related to me then I can explain it better. Magnus reasoned. What happened, Magnus? Arthur asked. Someone's targeting my family, Magnus answered in one sentence. Let me guess, the royal family. Arthur guessed. Magnus shrugged. He did not have any idea who it was though even he was tilting towards believing what Arthur said. I have specifically told them on the stone tablet that if they try to harm you then they will die, Arthur muttered. Merlin also spoke. What is interesting is how are they still alive? What did they do? I don't know, most likely stopping my parents' employment, Magnus revealed. Merlin caressed his beard and thought about it. Then they must have not done enough to mortally put your family in danger. That is why they are still alive. They are walking on a very thin thread. That's why I want to make things sure before I do anything, Magnus replied. Does not really matter. They are living like fish out of their pond. They can either keep on jumping around and eventually die or take your hand and survive for the remaining of their life because their future is already set. Merlin remarked. Arthur also added something at the end. I don't have any animosity with them. I don't even know them. If you were born 200 years ago, the kings or queens of that time would still have gotten the same conditions as they are now. I hope they don't commit suicide by doing something stupid now. Magnus sighed. Bobby had become a man of science now and was one of the busiest kids on the campus. Most kids knew about him creating his own company and it earned him some respect points. His work these days only included studying the new computer he had bought and trying to make more programs for it. But, learning computers was not an easy task as you also needed deeper knowledge of its hardware as well. So, instead of just being dependent on the work to advance the tech, he also tried to upgrade the machine he already has. Also, he was now receiving some more software information about new tech from Intel company since Magnus had invested in it. Yes, Magnus was able to invest in Intel with the help of his lawyer. Although it was not a lot, he was able to invest 8% in the company and then increase his share to 15% in the IPO. This way, Magnus won a seat on the board of directors and got the information about all the juicy stuff happening in the company. Today, he was headed to his school on his bicycle. He used to take the bus, but because he needed to reach earlier to do some other work, he took bicycle nowadays. Home, Magnus' Christmas holidays must be close to starting. Can't wait to show him the computer. He muttered to himself. I wonder if he's still the same old pancake-loving freak. He was talking to himself. Intense break. Bobby's bicycle skid on the pavement and fell. There were two tall men standing in front of him, wearing masks and looking intimidating. Bobby immediately got alerted as he created some distance between himself and the two men. Who are you? What do you want? He asked. The two men immediately jumped at him. One easily grabbed his arms from behind. Ha ha, we want your brain, kid. We heard you are very smart in the way of the computer. We will take good care of you in the great Soviet Union. The other man said evilly. I'm just a high school kid. What do I have that your great Soviet Union does not? Bobby asked. Shut up. Soviet Union is the best. We just want your brain to study IT. The man replied. Bobby's eyes flickered. He wasn't going to go down so easily. To hell with you, commies. Baby destroyer kick. Bobby suddenly got out of the hold of the guy who had held him from behind and then kicked at his crotch. The attacker fell to the floor while holding his crotch. Then Bobby took a small cylindrical thing out of his pocket and sprayed it on the eyes of the other attacker. Commies want to take me. Ha! I will take your eyes. The other attacker too cried in pain and fell to the ground. But Bobby did not stop and kept on spraying. Cough cough. Damn it, Bobby. Stop. It's me, Magnus. Do not lie to me, commie. Magnus is not so tall. He's a midget. Bobby refused to believe. Phew. No. It really is me, Bobby. Look at my face. Magnus took down his mask. In all honesty, Magnus felt more hurt for being called a midget than the pepper spray. Cough. Bobby stopped spraying and looked at Magnus' face. He had a big smirk on his face. Seeing it, Magnus went into a rage. You knew. What are you talking about? I thought I was attacked by two commies. Bobby clarified. Then why are you smirking? Look at that face, you're holding laughter. Magnus asked. Is it illegal to laugh? Bobby said. Magnus then ignored him and went to Ragnar and helped him up. You could have gone easier on poor Ragnar. I hope his bloodline doesn't go extinct because of you now. Magnus took down Ragnar's mask and saw his eyes were still widened. Ragnar glared at Magnus and spoke in a painful voice, Damn you, Magnus. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***** Umar Latif ***** Julian Ricamera ***** Darian Steely ***** Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 78, 78. I hate bullies. How are you, Mag? Bobby asked just after passing an ice pack to Ragnar. He didn't hit that hard, but sad for Ragnar, even a slightly heavy touch at the baby maker that could be painful. I'm good. So much has happened in my life that I don't even know where to start. And it's just been 3.5 months. The magical world is crazy and wacky. Magnus said. Let's talk about that later. I want to show you the computer first. Bobby excitedly said and dragged him into his school. Bobby, as one of the smartest, had special privileges in the school. Magnus and Ragnar followed Bobby into a big computer lab. There, some other taller kids were doing something on a machine. There was just one adult among them who seemed like a kid too due to his age and small size. This is my lab. After I bought the computer, I told the school to either let me use a hall or let me rent one. They let me use it in the end because they were too ashamed of not helping me before, and they are supposed to be a talent cultivating school. Anyway, behold, Dragon 1. It was initially something else, but I have upgraded it so much that it is unrecognizable. Bobby introduced his machine. Magnus looked at the television-like thing in front of him. It had some other components too, a board with keys on it and a small square box. What can it do? Magnus asked. It can run calculations. Let's say you want to create a robotic factory with a mechanical arm that can do the welding for you. You can program this computer to run that machine. This is just the start of the technology of the future, Magnus. Bobby said. Magnus nodded and fiddled with the machine. He used the box-like thing called a mouse and the thing called a keyboard. You programmed all this? Magnus asked. Bobby puffed out his chest. Of course. There was no interface to use the mouse before, so I added one. Though this is all for private use, as I have changed the original software of IBM and they might sue me if I published it. Cool. Why Dragon 1 though? Magnus asked. Because they are mythical creatures and none are stronger than them. Someday, I want our future tick to be the one to make the world's strongest and most advanced computer. Oh, wait. I have the ownership papers here for you. Bobby immediately took out some documents from a locked drawer. Magnus read it and confusedly looked at Bobby's face. Are you stupid? Why are you giving me 70%? You're working the most here. If you really want to give me the controlling share, then 51 is fine. But it's your money. Bobby argued. Magnus stopped him. You won't say that after I tell you what happened in my school. Let's go somewhere private. Ragnar. You coming? Magnus asked. They came to an empty classroom. Magnus also cast a silencing charm around them. So, what happened that can be bigger than you having magic? Bobby asked as he took a seat. Magnus cleared his throat. Bobby, didn't I tell you who that person in the invisible painting was? Yes, he was King Arthur Pendragon, right? Bobby answered. Yes, correct. I found out why only I could see him. You see, it turns out I am his inheritor. Not just his, but also the Jesus equivalent of wizards, Merlin too. My full name is Magnus Grant M. Reyes Pendragon now. Magnus revealed. Asterisk blink blink asterisk. Bobby looked at his face for a few seconds. Then asked in disbelief, what? Bobby, I am the heir to the British throne. I will take the throne when I turn 18. Magnus straightforwardly said. Asterisk blink blink asterisk. But how? You are just from a simple family. Bobby could not understand how this had happened. Well, I somehow got their inheritance. I was chosen by them. Now, I didn't just inherit their money but also their title and rights. King Arthur was the first king of unified Britain, and as his heir, I superseded all royals. I also have millions of gold coins and gems. Also, my friend, I found out that the magical world is in a civil war. There is a magical Hitler gaining power. He considers all wizards with non-old magical bloodline impure. They even tried to kill me, but I survived. So, I have decided to create a secret group. We will keep the world safe by putting our people in all kinds of important positions around the world. It is called the Round Table. For now, there are 4 members, including you. Magnus revealed. Bobby's jaw was left hanging. He looked at Ragnar in a questioning gaze. Is he for real? Ragnar nodded his head multiple times. That's so cool. Whoa. We can do so much good in the future. That's so awesome. It was as if a lid was taken off Bobby's head and he talked non-stop. Magnus laughed, ha ha. You get ready. In a few days, we'll be going to have a look at the castle Merlin left me. Really? I'm forever free for that. Let's go there anytime you want. Bobby was very excited. Calm down, Bobby. First I need to deal with some problems. Someone is targeting my mum and dad. They don't have a job now and aren't able to find new ones. I suspect it is the royal family. They must have found out about me. Magnus discussed. If your parents can't find jobs, then either the world is ending or it's really as you said. I can't see the sky falling, so you're probably right. What's the plan? Bobby inquired. Ragnar spoke first. No plans for now. We will talk to the secret bodyguards of Magnus' parents first. Uncle and aunt have bodyguards. Cool. Bobby exclaimed. I didn't know that either. Just realized it this morning. Magnus clarified. So, when are we going to talk to them? Bobby inquired. Right now. Can you skip school? Yup, I can skip school whenever I want. I'll just say I'm going to a computer convention. You wait outside the school. Bobby said and ran to the principal's office. Bobby is a really unique person, Ragnar said. Yup, he is Bobby. Anybody with that name can't be normal. I know he'll do something great someday. Magnus confidently replied. But bringing him into the magical side of the world might put his life at risk, Ragnar warned him. Magnus sighed. I know. I will try to keep him mostly away for now. Hopefully, by the time the pure blood crisis becomes too big, we'll be powerful enough to handle anything. Hope is all we can do, Ragnar muttered. Bam asterisk. Bobby came running with his bicycle. Run, run. The bullies will be coming. Magnus looked at Bobby weirdly. Why run? Because I just whacked one of them on his face. They are from the school cricket team. Magnus didn't go. He waited for the bullies to come. Soon, 6 boys came, all of them were tall and obviously seniors of Bobby. Hey! Where are you running to? You've got friends to help you now. One of them shouted. Magnus looked at him and asked, Who are you? I am Gilbert. Who the hell are you? Never seen you before. He asked back. Sigh asterisk. Magnus got off his bicycle and walked to the bully. What did he do, Bobby? He was extorting pocket money from a new girl. So I just whacked him. Bobby answered. He was strong enough to handle 2 to 3, but when he saw 6 of them, that was when he came running out. So you're a thief? Magnus inquired. No. We were just borrowing money. The boy defended himself, obviously lying. Magnus went very close to him. He was shorter than the boy by a little. But it did not stop him from his next actions. Maybe the school won't do anything to you. But I will. Magnus heated his one hand and then bam *. A backhand slap on the face. Hard enough to make the boy fall to the ground. He held his reddened cheek with a crying face. You. Two more boys came to fight Magnus but bam *. Two more backhanded slaps and two kids down on the ground. The other three got scared seeing this. We will complain about this. We W. Magnus proudly looked at the eldest of them who was the first to fall. Go on. Tell whomever you want. What would you say? That an 11-year-old slapped 3 15-year-olds and made them cry like babies. How would you explain ganging up on a single kid with 6 of you and still losing? Do you think this is a joke? Magnus loudly roared at their faces. He was also making his body radiate heat and it was making everyone feel more scared of him. Magnus. Stop. One of them has wet his pants. Ragnar suddenly shouted. Magnus stepped back and saw one of the kids who was not beaten by him. He had peed in his pants. Magnus sighed, I didn't even talk to you. Please don't tell my mum. The boy spoke. Magnus sighed and stopped radiation heat from his body to feel scary. He walked to the boy and said politely, stop following them around if you want to do something in life. You were able to get into this school, so you must have something good in you. Focus on that. Join Bobby maybe. He's got a good brain. Remember. You are the future of this country. Take care now, oh, and remember, I hate bullies. He ignored the slap victims and left with Bobby and Ragnar. After a good distance, Bobby protested, don't call me Bobby in front of people, I have a reputation to maintain. Okay, Bobby, Magnus replied. Sure, Bobby, Ragnar added with a chuckle. Ugh. Bobby grunted. You can see the computer on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****, Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 chocolate-coated banana. Effect, heals and prevents diabetes. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 79. Letter to the Queen. Kingsley Shacklebolt. He had been put to keep an eye out, safekeeping 2 muggles. Initially, he had no idea why he was here but later found out whose parents these were. He had recently joined the ministry as an Ara after finishing his schooling and was put under the famous Ara Moody. He was happy as it would mean more exposure to fieldwork and faster promotion. He belonged to a pure-blood family, but not the racist kind. His skin color had made him realize earlier that the world already has enough of racism. One related to blood was not needed. He was working under a seniora. He would often find himself being told to go to some other room whenever Moody came into the safe house. He wanted to know what secrets were being talked about, but knew better not to spy. After all this time, he finally saw Magnus, the supposed future of the magical world. The boy was not anything special, maybe a bit extra tall. I wonder how he will react when he finds out about his family problems. He thought. Ding dong asterisk. The sudden doorbell shocked him. He took out his wand and hid it under his wrist. Then he slowly opened the door. He looked outside, but there was nobody. Then he turned his gaze down and saw Magnus. "Want some donuts?" Magnus voiced. Shacklebolt had no idea how to reply. They were told to stay hidden. Did I fail my mission? He wondered with sadness in his heart. Yes, what can I do for you? He tried to act oblivious of who he was. Magnus rolled his eyes. Come on, I know you are from the ministry. I can see your wand sticking out from under your arm. What ministry? Shacklebolt kept his act. Ragnar grunted. Stop with the act, man. We know you are spying on Magnus' family. Perverts. What? No, we're not perverts. We're here for security. He suddenly realized he was not supposed to say this. Ragnar had a smirk on his face in return. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Let them in, Kingsley. A voice came from behind. Kingsley turned around and saw Moody sitting on the sofa. He had just apparated inside. Moody was his boss, so he stepped aside and let Magnus enter. Hello, One-Eye Moody. Magnus greeted the grumpy man. Moody displeasingly grunted. Why are you here? Let us do our work. Since you are keeping an eye on my family, it is indeed my business. Magnus countered. What is that muggle doing here? You broke the statute of secrecy. Moody pointed towards Bobby. Bobby took a few steps back, sensing danger from this handicapped man. Magnus chuckled. Bobby. No. He is very magical. Bobby, how much is 125,126x1869-564/78? 233,860,486.769. Why? Bobby immediately answered. Magnus folded his arms and looked back at Moody. See, he's very magical. Moody rolled his fake eye. Stop messing around, Magnus. He's a muggle. Do you know how problematic it can be? Magnus shrugged. Come on, he has known about my magical abilities since we were 9. Nobody was there to tell me anything. Besides, I am going to be the king, a king with magic, so there will obviously be muggles who will know about my magical abilities. I'd rather it be him, my brother-like friend, than anybody else. Also, you cannot do anything to him as he did not break any statute of secrecy. He's just one of the muggles who noticed. So you read that book? What do you want now? Moody asked. He couldn't do anything about this as Bobby had known about magic for years now, and trying to obfuscate someone for this long can have very bad effects. I want to know who is targeting my family. Magnus inquired. There goes my peaceful life. Moody grunted internally. Is it the royal family? Did they find out about me being the true inheritor? Magnus pushed. Yes, they found out about you since the day you entered your school. We even backtracked what's been going on with your family and have found it to be the Queen's husband. Moody revealed everything he knew. And how were you planning on dealing with him? Magnus asked back. We were not. That is not what we are supposed to do. Our job is to keep your family safe from the blood purists. Moody said. Magnus took out a temporary wand from his pocket and conjured himself some water. He was thinking about what to do with this situation. Bobby then had an idea. Why don't you just tell them to stop and boss them around? It's not like they have an option. From what you told me, if they harm you then they will die. Just inform them that what they did is not appreciated. They probably want to control you, but what they don't realize is that you can also control them. Absolutely a good suggestion, Bobby. One-Eye Moody, I want you to deliver a message for me. Magnus said. For the last time, brat, I have two eyes, the fake one is even better. Moody grunted at him. Sure, whatever lets you sleep at night. Now, I need a paper and pen to write a letter. Mr. Kingsley, can I? Magnus asked. Kingsley quickly handed him a bunch of papers. Then Magnus started writing and also spoke it aloud. Let's see. I am Magnus Grant M. Reyes Pendragon. You already know me because you have attacked the livelihood of my family, a sin that I will never forget you committing. You have one more chance. Like a dying fish outside your pond, you can either keep on jumping around and eventually die or take my hand and survive for the remainder of your life because your future is already set. I will take the throne and you cannot do anything about it. I have the right by blood and you also made a big mistake messing with me knowing I am also a wizard, not just any wizard but the descendant of Merlin. I am giving you 3 days. I want my parents to get their jobs back. I don't know how you will convince them but you do it. My mother was a lieutenant colonel, now she will be promoted to the rank of brigadier. My father was a colonel, now he will also be promoted to the rank of brigadier. Both of them will be transferred back into London. The office should not be more than 30 minutes away from where I live. Next, their salary must be doubled of whatever their rank pays. And within 1 year, they must be promoted again. Also, for causing inconvenience, you must pay them £2 million. If all this is not done, then I will do one simple thing. I will stop eating and let my health deteriorate. The stone tablet clearly told you not to harm me. Now, the reason for my health getting bad would be you, and that will mean the end of your whole bloodline. You dared to come after my family, now I will hold your necks responsible for it. Again, you have 3 days to do everything I said. Nothing is negotiable. I am a very easy person, but this is my retaliation to what you did. Read Newton's third law of motion in your free time, and it might teach you some good things. Displeasingly. Magnus Grant M. Reyes Pendragon. Gulp asterisk. Everyone except Ragnar and Moody took a cold breath. Magnus's threat was no joke. It was also straight and overbearing. Magnus folded the letter and handed it to Moody. I cannot meet them, and I doubt normal mail will be received by the Queen herself. I want you to give it to her. What makes you think I can give it to her? Moody asked. What? I thought you were an important person with his reach everywhere. I guess I overestimated your abilities. Forget it, I will ask someone else. Magnus muttered. Moody snatched the letter from Magnus. I'm familiar with your word games. She will get the letter, but this will be the first and last time I help you. I have more important work to do. Yes, you are the bestera. Okay, see ya. Magnus left the building and returned to his home across the street. I wish I could see their reaction when they will read the letter, Bobby muttered. Ragnar smirked, ha ha, they will wet themselves. They thought they could push our little dragon here. Bobby chuckled. Nice nickname, I will also call him Little Dragon from now on. Magnus didn't like it though. Come on, it sounds like you are addressing a penis. Ragnar narrowed his eyes and replied, bold of you to assume we were addressing you as something else. Ha 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 ha. Bobby started laughing. Magnus shut his mouth as he reached the door. But he soon heard a music noise coming from inside. When he entered, he and Ragnar couldn't help but laugh and also melted over the dose of cuteness. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Darian Steely Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 7 comments. Vote. Chapter 80. Confronting the family. Twinkle twinkle little star. The television was playing some nursery rhymes. The main attraction here though were Duck and Summer. Both of them were made to wear cute little fairy clothes and they were happily jumping around. Clap clap. Grace was clapping for them too. Chad was also made to wear a fairy dress but he was being lazy. Quack. Hoo. Magnus smiled after seeing the exchange. Grace noticed him and said, why didn't you tell me there were 2 owls in your room? The smile from Magnus's face vanished. Ah. Mummy. Duck is not an owl. He's a baby dragon. Happy smiley. Like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. No wonder he looked so strange, Grace exclaimed. There is a dragon. Bobby suddenly shouted in excitement and ran towards Duck, who was shaking his body around to the music. Bobby picked Duck up and hugged him like a teddy bear. Duck also gave a hug but then got annoyed. Quack. Bobby, let him go, Ragnar warned him. Rah. Ay. Bobby cried as his shirt was burnt by Duck. See, that's why it is never good to hug a dragon, especially when it's a baby, Magnus said and helped Bobby. That was so cool. Bobby did not mind being burnt at all. How big will he get when he grows up? He asked further, again trying to hold Duck, but Duck ran into the arms of Grace like a frightened kitty. He'll be big enough to swallow this whole house in one go, Magnus replied. Really? But he looks so cute and little, Grace said while looking at Duck closely. Of course, his growth spurt is going to be crazy. Summer, meanwhile, is going to stay like this. She's already a beautiful adult owl. Magnus revealed. Yes, Summer is beautiful. Grace dotted on all the animals like they were her own children. They too felt a deep connection of Grace with Magnus, so they liked her back. Magnus. When Duck grows up, you gotta let me ride on his back once. Bobby requested. Magnus agreed, of course, I will. We will all go on a picnic on his back. Where did you even find him? Aren't they very dangerous beasts? Grace asked all of a sudden. Magnus nodded, yes, they are class 5 beasts, the most dangerous ones. But dragons are different. They are very intelligent beasts, so, creating a bond with them is easier. Tilda especially for me Tilda, he muttered to himself. Where is Dad? He asked. He went out for some work, he'll be back by the evening, Grace replied. Magnus sighed and confronted her, Mummy, what do you think about me? Am I different from other kids? Of course, honey. You are so smart and kind. Grace said. Then you should know that you can't always hide it from me. You and Dad don't have jobs and are going out to give interviews. Right. He finally said it. Grace released Duck and Summer to go somewhere else to play and looked at Magnus. Her eyes filled up. Magnus was right, she and Adam knew him the best and yet they thought they could hide it. Maybe they were just desperate and a little ashamed as parents. Mag, sweetie. We were going to tell you. I'm so sorry. Before she could say it, Magnus did, I'm sorry, Mummy. It's happening because of me. Words were left stuck in Grace's mouth. She had thought she'd need to tell Magnus and try not to make him angry. What? What are you saying, sweetie? How could you be the reason? Don't blame yourself for something you didn't do. She said in a comforting voice. I know what I am saying, Mum. Just wait a little for Dad to come. I will tell you together. Magnus persisted. You're scaring Mummy now, Grace muttered. I should go, Mag. Bobby voiced. Why? You already know everything. Besides, Ragnar is here, and I will also need someone to keep an eye on Duck. Magnus stopped him. Hearing him, Bobby started intently at Duck. Duck, as if felt the gaze, ran away and hid behind Chad. Magnus waited till evening for his father to come. Then finally, in the evening, Adam returned. He still had a saddened face, he was most likely again rejected. But, as soon as he saw Magnus, he forced a smile on himself. Though it stopped when he saw a worried face of Grace. Honey, he knows and said it's happening because of him, Grace revealed. Adam was confused and shocked. He turned to Magnus and asked, How? Magnus took a very long breath. Okay, for you to understand everything, you should know what the Book of Acceptance is. I inherited the great wizard Merlin Emrys and the Dragon King, Arthur Pendragon. It happened on the night I was lost. The tree I talked about seeing that day was actually planted by Merlin, waiting for the perfect inheritor. It chose me. Now, I am the person with the highest and truest claim to the British throne. The royal family knows, due to a curse left by Merlin. Magnus spoke all about his bloodline and told them why it was the truth. I also inherited all their properties, along with the kingship and castles, their vaults. Those vaults have such wealth that you don't have to work ever and can easily live in a 5-star hotel for the rest of your lives. What happened to you was done by Queen's husband, the prince. That is why you can't get jobs in the private industry either. But I have solved everything now, no need to worry. Come with me, I will get you to meet Arthur and Merlin. Grace and Adam were left speechless. Buckingham Palace. Moody had dropped the letter in the hands of a royal butler. He would give it directly to the Queen. Moody hated doing this, but he entertained Magnus for what he did for him that day in Diagon Alley. Magnus could have let him face the killing curse if he wanted and he would have died that day. But Magnus held his ground and saved his life. He was never going to forget such an act of bravery. He wanted the future of Britain in the hands of someone like Magnus and was satisfied to give this letter. At that moment, the Queen was with her husband, the Prince, in the royal office. She was discussing the matter of Magnus and the letter arrived at the same time. She looked at the wax seal on it and frowned. It was a royal seal, but instead of having the letter E, it had the letter M. She immediately used the letter opener and read it silently. Asterisk bam asterisk. She fell to the floor, her face had turned white in fright. She looked at her husband angrily. I told you. What did you do to his family? What are you saying? The prince was confused. He took the letter and also read it. Soon, he had the same reaction. I did nothing too much, just applied a little pressure. What did you do? Out with it. Now. The Queen's eyes were red in anger. I put me 6 on it and made it so they could not find a job anywhere. He revealed. Asterisk bam asterisk. She slammed her fist on the table. I specifically ordered you not to do anything without my approval. You have doomed this family. You were never the smart one in the family, were you? All these medals have made you too proud, it seems. Now I have to clean up your mess. She was raging. Calm down, dear. Your blood sugar. I can't believe this is happening. You destroyed our relations with him before we could even make them. I had a plan. I was going to offer them amazing jobs, make his parents feel indebted to the crown, but now they will hate us. I don't want to see your face. Get out. She was shivering in anger and also fear, veins popped out on her temple. She felt on edge these days, now she knew why. She was so close to having her whole bloodline dying because of her husband's actions. She felt like crying but held her tears back and got herself to sit on a chair. In front of her table was a photo frame. A picture of her younger self, with King George VI, her father. She held the photo in her hand and caressed it. Finally, a tear fell on the glass frame. What should I do, Papa? Will he forgive us? I wouldn't have if I was him, but... Asterisk sniff asterisk. /n. The Crown cannot completely control or order around the army, government, police and Me6. They just have some powerful pawns in key places for them to use. The elected government's high officials know about it but turn a blind eye as it's related to the Crown. Also, once again, rest in peace Prince Philip. Important notice, hello, just wanted to tell everyone that for the next 4 days, there will be 1 chapter a day. I will be traveling and doing some other important stuff. My brother's marriage is coming soon and I will be busy with it. I will try to upload 2 chapters whenever possible. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. ____________________________________________________________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally. Thank you for your support.